for the member for Angliston. The chair now recognizes the honorable member for Angliston.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of the good people of Angliston who are, along with the other citizens of this nation, experiencing most challenging times I think many of us have ever seen. And I believe they are continuously hopeful that our national affairs will unfold in such a way that they will begin to see a better reality and hope for a better future for themselves. It's a very, very difficult time. And I rise to contribute to these two compendium of bills. But before I do so, I wanted to extend condolences to the Member of Parliament from Mount Moriah, who lost his father, who was, from what I know, just an incredible individual with a fantastic brain, great sense of humor, and himself was a senior police officer. I know that it's a great loss for his family, and also a member descended from the Pompey Bay by way of Andros, the Tynes clan. And so I want to extend condolences to him because I know he's lost a very lively, wonderful member of his family. I also want to extend condolences to the Member of Parliament for East Grand Bahama who lost his mother since I was last in here. And again, you know, both parliamentarians losing parents. It's a very painful experience. But I trust that for both members, the presence or the engagement of those persons in their lives will inure to them their own deepening of their own maturity, their own gifts, and that they will be more greatly infused by the love and contribution those parents played in their lives. I also wanted to recognize and to celebrate the 58th anniversary of women voting for the first time, 26th of November, 1962. And I want to call some names so we could remember these women. So they're not just like, you know, when you do those cutouts, that we understand that they were real Bahamian women who had the courage to step up and to agitate and to effect change, which resulted in the benefit for women throughout the entire nation. And those names I want to call is Mary Ingram, Eugenia Lockhart, Doris Johnson, Mabel Walker, Georgiana Simonet, Althea Mortimer, and Albertha Isaacs. And then I want to also remember Ruby Ann Cooper Darling, who was the first woman to go and register. She broke the ice. And women have been registering ever since. In the last general election, there were more women registered than men. And I believe more women voted than men. So we've come a long way, baby. And I want to remember those women who came before, because were it not them at that moment for what their actions, we perhaps, I mean, eventually I know it would have happened. It had to happen. But we perhaps would not have been so far along. But we still have a long way to go. And the member for Southern Shore spoke to that, but domestic violence and all of those issues, there's a long way to go. And we must never forget. And as he said, we must step up, step forward, shine the light on it. I also want to recognize Marion Bethel, as the member did from Southern Shore, who again was reelected. Marion is one of our fine daughters. She's a brilliant woman. She is an award-winning poet. Internationally, she's won awards. And she has been dogged, fearless. Even sometimes people were saying, you know, and she was talking about this 20 years ago, these issues. In a very patriarchal society at the time, people looked at her in a particular way, and she continued and pushed. And then we're a lot more embracing now than we might have been then. But I want to congratulate her and to thank CARICOM for seeing the wisdom in supporting Marion And we're very proud of her. And we should continue to support her work and bring home the fruit of the work that she's doing to ensure that we eliminate discrimination against women in this country. The Speaker, as it relates to these bills, we support them, and the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador will speak. It will close on our behalf, but we support these bills, and we support them because we know that the age of retirement is very young in any event, but that these officers have a lot left in them. A lot has been invested in their training, and they bring experience and an exposure that is invaluable. And so that can only inure to the strengthening of these institutions. And so we support the bills in its fullness. I want to say, though, I think these reforms and reforms like this are pieces of what I would call a jigsaw puzzle of reform, particularly as it relates to the prison. And I want, in fairness, I think I would be remiss if I did not speak to the Nottage era, who is the predecessor to this Minister of National Security. And in fairness to him, he engaged in a great deal of reform. And I just want to put it contextually so we have an understanding of how we move forward as a people. And the genesis of the prison reform, the modern prison reform, I believe, was a 2002 Amnesty International report, which made the most damning observations about our prison system. I mean, it's embarrassing that you need a third party to tell you these things, but this is how it goes. That should have been a wake-up moment for us to sit down and engage in some internal reflection about who we are and what our expectations are, even for those who we may say are the worst amongst us, if we believe that there is redemption possibility. But it was this Amnesty International report, and in a nutshell, it spoke about a lot of things, about the conditions in the prison. But what it summed it up by saying that the conditions were cruel, inhumane, and degrading. That's how they described our prison system. And so it led to, ultimately, to the creation of the Bahamas Prison Reform Commission. And that commission's terms of reference, if I can just give a quick overview of what it was engaged to do. It was engaged to assess whether the prison is organized and structured in keeping with 21st century standards, assessing the human resources policy with particular attention to personal development programs, career development, recruitment, training, evaluation and promotion, specialist selection, stress, medical and other absences, early retirement and disciplinary action, medical facilities and staffing, assessing what structures were in place to ensure and monitor supervisor and management accountability, analyzing the rehabilitation arrangement, including factors to help to determine eligibility for conditional and early release, and reviewing, and sorry, these glasses are fogging up with the mask, reviewing and making recommendations where necessary for the revision of incarceration policies and procedures, as well as the Prisons Act and regulations. And the mandates coming out of that commission was that it first of all said, change the name. It was Her Majesty's Prison, and it became the Bahamas Department of Corrections. And they said it should be headed by a Commission of Corrections. And then they recommended that it should address the perceived staff shortage and low morale and heighten staff efficiency by civilizing many of the civilizing many of the clerical and administrative staff and making promotion criteria transparent and lobbying for career-long training and to reduce overcrowding. And as part of that package was the corrections bill, which we are amending today. And that bill sought to encompass those recommendations with a view to modernizing it. And it actually replaced an act, the Prisons Act, which is at the time was 70 years old. So it was the first time in 70 years that we looked at the legislation governing our prison in this country. And the legislation, the Correctional Services Bill, which is now the Act, the legislation had a dual focus to foster promotion of procedures in keeping with modern practices and focusing on the development of the inmate for reintegration into society upon his release from prison. And so there was a philosophical shift about how people incarcerated were viewed. And so this was also then accompanied by some other manifest reforms, which included some infrastructural works, perhaps not even close to what needs to happen. But I'm told that they've constructed a special security service building, which also houses the then new armory and gym for officers. It involved the renovation and expansion of the Security Intelligence Unit building, the continued expansion of the perimeter walls, the renovation of the F block and the E block to install beds and toilets. That was big, because before the toilets, there was the slop bucket. Expansion of video court infrastructure, the renovation and establishment of license plate production, which I was also involved as Minister of Transport, and which brought industry into the prison. But I just want to take a little aside. I'm told there are no plates in road traffic. I cannot have plates. You right there, you have it being done right there in the prison, and no plates. And then I see a notice they were being cashless. And I think before you seek to modernize those kind of things, you better get back to 101. How are you going to be able to just meet the ordinary commercial demands at Road Traffic Department? But I'm very surprised, because millions were invested in the Road Traffic Department, and it's starting to remind me of the Clarence Bain building about 7 years ago. And I think that we have to really take a serious look and find out what's happening in road traffic. But I'm told there are no plates. But this is one of the things that was introduced, the establishment of a license plate production industry. The minister also initiated the Citizen Security Justice Program, which was an IDB project. And then I'm told that more than 230 officers were trained internationally. He also introduced in this parliament the Rehabilitation of the Offenders Act amendment, which I know that that was not, I don't think it was activated. It wasn't activated, I don't think. But he brought that, and it was passed in the parliament, in this parliament. And it's the very instrument that we're now looking at for the people, for the reform of how we view marijuana. And then he appointed a parole committee, which was chaired by the former Commissioner of Police, Mr. Farquharson. I'm not sure where that is, but clearly there was a leap. It might have been imperfect, but a lot was done. And then I think married to that was the Swift Justice Initiative, and I was sort of reluctant to adopt that language. That was my good colleague, Alison Maynard Gibson, but the truth is, it proved to be an important component in the reform process, because the overcrowding had a lot to do with the fact that matters were taking very long, and people were on remand for prolonged periods for many years. And I was able to get my hands on the report of the Attorney General when he presented in Geneva. And I think this was about 2 years ago. And he said some things I just want to put on the record. He advised the people in Geneva that in 2015, 232 criminal matters were disposed of before the Supreme Court, which was 114 more cases than 2012. He informed that the time for presentation of voluntary bills of indictment decreased from 344 days in 2012 to 68 days in 2016. He further advised them in Geneva that the Office of the Attorney General had made and this, I'm quoting him, more progress on tackling the backlog of criminal cases than at any time in the last 2 decades. And he went further. He said the Bahamas is proud to announce that there are 10 criminal courts operating in the Bahamas Supreme Court. This represents an increase from 6 courts in operation in 2013. And he further informed that all the courts were outfitted with internet and video conference capacity to promote access to justice. He spoke to the Office of the Public Defender being formed in January of 2017. And he spoke about the role of that. And then he spoke about the domestic violence and counseling unit, which was created in 2014. So the work then done in the Attorney General's office, along with the reforms that were happening in the Ministry of National Security, yes, they may have been imperfect, but they were nevertheless important steps in this reform process. But, you know, I come from a different school of thought, actually, even more so than what we're talking about today. Because I believe that what we are doing, even with these things, as good as they may be, I liken them to patching an oozing wound. Because we are not healing what is happening in this Commonwealth. We are not healing it. We are not healing what's happening in this country. And we got to face it. And that is my message today to our people and to our members who sit in this parliament. I listened to Bishop Blade Boyd. I didn't listen to him. I saw a report of his presentation. And, you know, he says politics is, in my words, killing us. He said we are so divided. He said it's petty. He said it's petty. That's the word he used. And I agree with him. I agree with him. And I can tell you, I believe the Bahamian people agree with him. And Mr. Speaker, listen, politics is a generic word. Did I throw a rock in your yard or something? Listen, man. Yeah, listen, man. Listen. Take it easy, man. Take it easy. You know, I heard the member for Mount Moriah. I was in the car listening to him. And, you know, he said, he spoke about all the investment in the Sandy Bottom project. And he said, I think he said that the engineering department was underdeveloped. That may be true, but that gave you an opportunity to build that up. It gave you an opportunity. What the infrastructure that was acquired, that began, I believe, under the Ingram administration and went into a Christie administration, has bolstered the capacity of the Bahamian people. It ain't got nothing to do with who's PLP or who's FNM, who reach and who ain't reach, who good and who ain't so good, who, you know, who's more man than the next man. The bottom line is, we move it forward. When you take office, that's your opportunity to shine, to show how you could make that engineering department stunning and utilize that equipment. But we have to be careful that we don't misrepresent the truth of the journey. Yes, it's imperfect. It's very imperfect. But we have to acknowledge the truth of it. And this is where we have to be careful with the politics of what we do. But the truth is, Mr. Speaker, there's some startling statistics associated with what's happening in our country. And I want to urge this because I noticed that a lot of these things are coming from external agencies. It's like we've not sat down and started looking at who we are and what is it that we want to see as a people. What are we going to craft out for ourselves? Maybe we're overwhelmed with just the realities of life. I don't know, even in governments. But when you look at the statistics, the rate of imprisonment, this was shocking to me. And this was something that came out by, this was an IDB study. And they say that the Bahamas, where all the tourists come in, this wonderful, it's better than the Bahamas. And this is my home. I love my country. I don't get me wrong. But we got to start facing some facts about what's happening in this country. The Bahamas, and this was done in 2018. This was a couple of months ago. 2016. This was the 2018 report. A recent IDB report has revealed that the Bahamas has the highest rate of imprisonment per capita when compared to other countries in the Caribbean. And this report, which was released this month, whenever this report was done, this was within this year, examined survey data collected from 3,528 inmates in 6 Caribbean countries: the Bahamas, Barbados, Guyana, Jamaica, Suriname, and Trinidad. And the report revealed that the Caribbean region, so we're the highest in the region, but it also says that the Caribbean region suffers from a higher than world average homicide rate. Within 4 of the 6 countries studied, having homicide rates more than 3 times the global average. And the Bahamas comes in close third, behind Jamaica and Suriname. And they observe in this, they said incarceration does not appear to significantly.
Just a moment. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Golden Gates on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to find out if the honorable member can share with us what report it is she's reading from. Where it comes from, the contents of it, the data of the report, because I don't recall a member so indicating.
Yes, I did.
I don't recall a member
I did, Speaker, but as he might have been busy on his cell phone, it's Inter-American Development Bank report study. It's an IDB study, Inter-American Development Bank. I think it's 2018, but it might be 2019. It's very, very recent. Very recent. And they, we can table it. I mean, this was, I'm sure, I'm surprised y'all don't have this, but we can table it. They say that incarceration does not appear. So we're putting a bunch of people, they have more people in prison than anywhere else. But they say their finding is, based on the results and I guess recidivism or whatever they're looking at, they said it does not appear to significantly reduce criminality in these countries. Well, the numbers are showing that because we have very high crime rates in this country and in the region. And they say that the Bahamas has an overcrowding rate of 173%. That's huge. The recommendations advise Caribbean governments to prioritize reducing the prison population, which is what I think the minister is doing that stuff now. Expand and strengthen rehabilitation and reintegration programs, and implement more cohesive public safety strategies that balance prevention and control and incorporate the wealth of empirical evidence that is available. Governments in those countries have been advised by IDB to address the high level of physical and sexual violence occurring within the facilities, where many inmates have either been victimized or witnessed others being victimized. You see, we got to talk about these things, you know. As of June 30th, 2019, there were 2,558 admitted inmates, with facilities capacity being 1,000 persons, according to an Auditor General's report. So we have severe overcrowding at the prison. We have more people in prison than anywhere else. And it's not impacting what is happening in the country. So the IDB also did a study. Golden Gates, you listening? Yeah, they did that with the University of the Bahamas. Okay, thank you. I'm so pleased. Thank you. And they looked at the crime and etc. It's a collection of papers that was brought together by the Inter-American Development Bank, and a lot of the professors at the University of the Bahamas contributed. But they make some observations about the nature of crime in this country, and they talk about education, the issue of education impacting crime. Drugs is a very serious factor. And they say something interesting. They said it's not necessarily being out of a job, but it's the nature of the job. If the job does not give you a livable wage or a place for hope and aspiration, that people, I don't know, I guess, find a alternate reality to attain or to achieve. But one of the things that they spoke to, and I found it very interesting and alarming again, because again, the Bahamas is distinguishing itself, is the use of firearms. And in this report, they say that the use of firearms is associated with violent crime. And they said that, in fact, in international comparisons, the use of firearms to commit crime in the Bahamas is uniquely high. Firearms are involved in 82% of homicides in the Bahamas. And I don't know if anyone saw any video last night, it was horrifying. And they go on to say that compared to the international average of 46%, so we have almost twice the use of firearms and crime in this country than what is happening internationally. This is in stark contrast to Asia and Europe, where only 22% and 24% of homicides were carried out with firearms, respectively. Moreover, victimization survey data shows that 19% of assaults and 33% of robberies in New Providence involve a gun. These rates are higher than the Caribbean averages and roughly double the international averages, which is 8% and 15% respectively. So we're now, with these statistics, we're now understanding in a more crystal way in which firearms are featuring in our national life and in crime in this country. And so, it tells you that we really have to now, with great specificity and aggressiveness, look to see how we can counter this phenomenon that the Bahamas is distinguishing itself in. And and Mr. Speaker, so Mr. Speaker, in summary, looking at my time, 3 minutes, we support the legislation. We believe it's a good thing. We also say that it's part of a process, and we must give due credit to the late Dr. Bernard Nottage, because he gave a lot of his time for this. It might have been imperfect, but he's a Baintown boy, and he got in Parliament and he did his best. So let's give him some credit for the work that he did. And I think he truly believed in rehabilitation. He truly believed in that. But I think that what the point I'm really making though is this. We're doing a lot of things. We're getting a lot of cars. We got the shot spotter. We got everything. We got the body cams. We have all, whatever it's called. We have all these things. But underlying them, these things, is a phenomenon that's speaking about our nation, our people, our country, what's happening, how we are interacting, what are we living in, how are we coexisting with this heightened levels of violence, extraordinary use of guns, and overrepresentation in a prison, which probably still has a long way to go. And I will conclude quickly by saying this. We got to deal with these guns. We have to find a way to interdict these guns coming into this country. There's probably a lot of corruption associated with it. We got to look at our educational system. I hear repeated ministers of education, on both sides, grasping to the straws of what's happening. It ain't transformational. We got to look at our educational system and we got to keep trying. I don't know, it's not an easy response, but we cannot accept a status quo which is not serving our people. We have to look at issues of poverty. The food program, we don't even know where that is. I saw something, Rodney Bunker show, I don't know if it's true. I didn't see an announcement which says that the food thing is being distributed now on Bay Street from the former 601 nightclub. I don't know if that's true. But all people, this is a very tough time for people. And I can tell you, we can't ignore that. Because that's funny and that's very tricky. Take my word for that. We need campaign finance reform. People are funding campaigns and it's going to the cabinet table. It's not democratic. Now, yes, in different countries and in different governments, yes, you didn't know that. Why you think people want campaign reform? Come on now. Campaign reform. The reason people want campaign reform is because they know he who pays the piper plays the tune. And if it ain't true, let's get some campaign finance reform. And then we need respect for our Constitution. And we need legislation dealing with housing in this country. We got to deal with slum landlords. And Mr. Speaker, I wanted the Minister of National Security is here. We got to get children out of Fox Hill Prison or the Department of Correctional Services. They got to come out of there. We should not have children in that prison. And Mr. Speaker, I had some other matters, but as my time is up, I was concerned about the runway lights in this country, but I'm gonna stop there. I was just saying, Mr. Speaker, we got to start getting real because this is the Parliament, and while we pat ourselves on the back of what we're doing on either side, whenever it happens, there's some real things happening in this country, and people are distressed and very worried about what's happening. And I think we have to begin to talk about those things and how we're going to go to the root. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many? The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Southern Shores.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't want to interrupt the good member from Angliston, Mr. Speaker. But as the comments were made about the license plate, I would have gone outside to get some information. And I'm being reliably advised, Mr. Speaker, that from June of this year, license plates were 20,000 license plates were to be delivered from June of this year, having been paid for earlier. However, owing to COVID and whatever other explanation that was given by the contractors that we met in place. When I say we, this administration met in place, the vendors that this administration met in place. And so there are license plates. License plates are being issued, Mr. Speaker, for new vehicles, right? Yeah, when you finish, but when I finish, you can say your story. I'm advised, Mr. Speaker, that there are more than 100 license plates still in stock at the road traffic branch here on West Bay. They are issuing them to persons who are getting new vehicles who have no license plates. Persons who are asking for transfers of license plates, are being advised to wait until this new stock arrives. So that is the advice that I'm being given from the controller of the road traffic department. Mr. Speaker, but while I'm up on my feet, I'm satisfied that the good Minister for National Security will respond to the other comments about the rate of incarceration and the rate of crime and the rate of homicide. But I'm satisfied, Mr. Speaker, from the time that I've been in this place, I continue to hear from the Minister of National Security in his annual reports that those statistics were decreasing. I'm not suggesting for a minute that we don't have an overcrowded prison. What I don't want us to leave here suggesting is that this is a new phenomenon or that this is a phenomenon that has just come about within the past 3 years. And listen, I didn't say she said that. I don't want us to leave with that impression. What I want to also say is, yes, I have no quarrel or question about giving the previous minister the due recognition for what he's done. We always talk about governments being continuous here. And so what he's done is being continued to be built on. And if we're gonna acknowledge the credit on one side, we should acknowledge the credit on the other side. So I have no objection to that, Mr. Speaker. However, I don't want the impression to be given that these statistics are new statistics without any recognition for the decreasing in numbers of crime and homicide since over the past 3 years since we've been in office. We'll never forget that the year prior to our being in office, we had triple digits, and they've not been in triple digits since we came to office.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
The member took a liberty, and I would be grateful if you allow me
The
to
Chair
respond.
recognizes the Honorable Member for Angleston.
Thank you. First of all, the issue of road traffic, I've been reliably informed by my brother here, who has a personal experience with a new vehicle and couldn't get a license plate. So I hear what you're saying. You know, there's what you're saying, then there's reality. Last week. Secondly, you see, no disrespect to you, Southern Shores. The bishop makes that's our bishop. You're going to say Matthews. Makes a very good point. I'm talking about my country. Okay? It ain't about, well, we had 80 and you had 50. You're missing my point. My point is that we have a phenomena in this country of high levels of violence, high levels of incarceration, and high levels of usage of guns. That's the point. So that, it's not a PLP or FNM thing. It's about being a Bahamian and having a geography that we share and a culture we share and a concern about the direction of our nation. But I'm not even stopping there. I'm saying let's shift the way in which we address the issue. Get to the root. That's all I was saying. You get to the root. That's all I'm saying. It's not a PLP or FNM. In fact, no disrespect to you. That response, no disrespect, appears quite trite in the face of what we are dealing with in this country. Well, we was there 3 years ago and it was 80. I don't think that is the nature of the debate at this time. The question is, how do we rescue our nation? That's the question, and that's my debate.
Honorable Members, the Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for
Yeah, Mr. Speaker,
Southern Shores. No back and forth after this, Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, what I want that I think would be acceptable is if we acknowledge these figures in context, not to suggest that the figures are what they are in isolation. I have the same respect for the honorable member, my parishioner, who has been here before me. And while I may not have been here, I was following and paying attention, Mrs. Speaker. This is my country too. I was following and paying attention. So I know when things are put in a particular context. Okay, so let's put it in the context that it's high, even though it has been decreasing in the last 3 years. Let's acknowledge that. And then, yes, we are in context.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many? The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Garden Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of the extraordinary people of the Garden Hills constituency.
Honorable members, the member for Garden Hills has the honorable member. The member for Garden Hills has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the extraordinary people of the Garden Hills constituency. Mr. Speaker, I encourage each member of that constituency to continue to stay safe, follow the protocols laid down by the Ministry of Health, wear their masks, wash their hands.
Mr. Technician, give the member for Garden Hills some more volume, please.
Mr. Speaker, there's a row across the street, so there are two former ministers of transport, so I wouldn't get in that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I really pleased to be the voice of the residents of Garden Hills and to speak to the issues that concern that great constituency. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, to pay respects to the families who have lost loved ones during this time in our constituency. They know the rules. They know that I cannot be to the funerals, the wakes, and other things, Mr. Speaker. But my family extends condolences to every single member who've lost a loved one during this time. Mr. Speaker, as a minister responsible for the public service, I want to express my thanks, indeed the thanks of the entire government, to the public officers, particularly the frontline workers, who have risked and continue to risk their lives to save this country and to save this nation. The nurses, who constantly exposed, the doctors, policemen, defense force officers, the NIB workers, who are totally committed to improving the quality of life of these individuals during this time. Mr. Speaker, I also want to say that the residents from my home, and I know the MP for Exomo will speak to them, that there's some concerns about the rising number of persons who are affected by COVID-19. And I also urge them, Mr. Speaker, to do the right thing, to ensure that they and their families are safe, because this virus is serious. It kills, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, I urge my family and all the residents in Exoma to follow the protocols, to do the right thing, because that's the right thing to do. Mr. Speaker, I want to, first of all, commend all of the residents in Garden Hills, commend the Minister of Works for completing the park at Garden Hills number 2. I'm advised by the contractor that that park should be fully completed by next week. And when I say fully completed, Mr. Speaker, I'm talking they are today erecting the basketball rims, creating the fence to fence the tennis and basketball courts. They're putting down a soft, cushiony walkway for the walking path. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I have said to this Parliament before that when I was elected in 2007, the residents in Garden Hills number 2 told me that they needed one thing. They only wanted their park so that the young people in the area could have some place to go, some place to exercise, and to enjoy themselves. Speaker, this month, that park will be realized, fully realized, Mr. Speaker, and we will take some time to do the real groundbreaking on it, Mr. Speaker. I remember somebody else did a groundbreaking on that park, Mr. Speaker, after we had gotten the land from the former Prime Minister, and they put up a sign, "Coming soon, the park." And that was the extent of their performance in the 5 years. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the Minister of Works for his diligence, for his support. And Mr. Speaker, the residents of Garden Hills number 1, they too ought to be commended, because just this week, we completed the exercise equipment for the park. And so members of the community can go on the park in Garden Hills #1, and they will have all kinds of equipment, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to provide the photos of the exercise equipment on the park that individuals can use to make them healthier and to get their bodies in shape. And all I urge them to do at this time, Mr. Speaker, is to sanitize, to make sure the equipment is sanitized daily before they use them, and we will go forward. And so, Mr. Speaker, the task that I'm left to do on the public parks, mainly the park at Pride Estates and the park at Bozeman Town, commitment has already been made by this government to have those parks and outdoor spaces upgraded. Again, I want to commend my colleague for his vision and his wisdom in assisting me and every single member of Parliament, I believe, in improving their open spaces so that people can gather and congregate and get some physical exercise. So thank you, Mr. Minister of Works. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to this debate. And I want to begin this debate, Mr. Speaker, by saying, I know that there's joy at the prison and at the Defense Force. Mr. Speaker, I know that because every day since I was a Minister of Public Service, I would get a note, a letter from a prison officer who may be under 50 years old, who would wish to come back to work. But to get back to work, they had to make an application. Some of them have waited for years because at that age, you had to exit from the prison. Same thing with the Defense Force, Mr. Speaker. At age 55, young man, young woman didn't have a choice. You just had to go. And so, Mr. Speaker, when this government made the commitment, to extend the years of persons working at both the prison, correctional officers, and Defense Force officers, initially, I said to myself, this is an easy thing. We can get it done quick. Get it done right away. And speaking with some members of the prison and the association in the prison, I was advised that, every government that came to power made this promise, made this solemn commitment, but did not do it. Again, this is an example, and today is an example of a government that is prepared to keep its word, that is prepared to take action on something that is for the benefit of ordinary Bahamians. Mr. Speaker, working longer is probably the single best thing that anyone can do, particularly as his life expectancy is now much longer. Working longer allows the worker to save more money before he retires and to go without wages for a shorter period. Imagine that, Mr. Speaker. The Defense Force officer or the prison officer who at the exit at 50 and 55 can go 5 years more, earning 5 years more salary and income to support their families, to earn 5 years more of funds to improve the quality of their lives. Mr. Speaker, by doing just that, we will erase a burden on this country. And that burden would be if this person had to leave at this early age and is now unemployed. So, Mr. Speaker, I always say that when you take action, there should be benefit on both sides. And so, yes, the prison officer and the defense force officer will work for a longer time, but the government too will benefit from this exercise. They will benefit because this year during this pandemic, we don't have to kick out to these individuals all the retirement money in lump sum, all of their gratuities during this period. That is pushed further down the road. And so the country can take this time to recover, and that we could be in a better space when these individuals at 60 and at 55 retire. Mr. Speaker, I understand that there's a conundrum this government had to deal with. On the one hand, Mr. Speaker, we have a very young population. And young people want to get to the top as quickly as they can. And some may say, well, these individuals have been in this space and they should leave. That may be a good point, Mr. Speaker. The reverse of that, though, Mr. Speaker, is that at 50 or 55, at the very height of their matured existence, why should we throw away their talent? Why should we allow that talent to go when with their good skill set, when because of their experiences, they can help build the country better? They can provide all kinds of assistance to the younger generation. Mr. Speaker, when Marines and officers from the Royal Bahamas Defense Force and correction officers at the Department of Correctional Services, when they leave the service at this very young age, it could be counterproductive. It certainly could be counterproductive for the law enforcement agencies. And my staff continues to remind me that a recruit cannot replace a trained Marine or a corrections officer with years of experience and a high level of skill set. It will require years for these recruits to become mature enough to move on to the next stage of process or the next process. Mr. Speaker, so here we are today, taking this decision to not only assist in building capacity in the government, but also by extending the age of retirement for these officers. We are maintaining the institutional knowledge. We are maintaining the institutional knowledge that these Marines and correction officers have, because many of them are highly trained specialists in skilled jobs that we are now retaining to add value to our organization. There are several specialists who are trained in the law enforcement agencies, and they leave the service to work for other sectors, and therefore providing these other agencies to be in a better space than the government. And so we've taken this decision because we want to maintain that skill, the skill set. We want to keep these individuals in the government to help to build our capacity. And more importantly, Mr. Speaker, to train the next generation to replace them. Mr. Speaker, we understand that institutional knowledge can be transferred in the Defense Force through their military academies or in the correctional department through some other training agencies. Mr. Speaker, by keeping these officers, by retaining their skill sets, by helping them to build the capacity in the organization that we're in, Mr. Speaker, the service of each agency, the Defense Force, and the prison should be better. My colleague, the MP for North Abaco said, this is no time for individuals in these areas to slacken, to become slackers. Because although we are extending the age, if individuals do not perform, if they don't do their jobs, like he said, if they don't make sure evaluations are done properly, then certain things could be applied to them. Because remember, the process is that existing individuals came in under a certain job fixture, under a certain agreement, and all we are doing is extending. And technically, this extension, the only persons who are guaranteed of this extension, Mr. Speaker, are those new employees who are employed at this time. Yes, existing individuals do have an opportunity to leave the service based on their present condition of work. But what we say is, if you are performing, if you're doing the work, then we want to keep you. We want to extend your years. We want you to be more productive. We want you to make sure that you fill the gaps that exist in our agencies. There are several personal benefits, though, and my colleagues did hit on this, so I'm going to hit on one or two benefits that will happen to these individuals. And that's why I said and began my presentation by saying, this is a good day for persons employed in prison, corrections, and persons employed at the Defense Force. Mr. Speaker, the extension of the retirement age will allow serving officers, as was said by my colleague, to secure mortgage payments at a lower rate for an extended period. Look at it this way, Mr. Speaker. I want to get a mortgage. I am 35 years old. I work for the prison. In order, the banks will only give me a mortgage for 15 years. Because they say, they believe, or they will come with the view, but listen, I could only lend you money up to the age that your salary is guaranteed. And so what we're doing, Mr. Speaker, is adding value to the life of many of these young individuals. And so when we move the age now to 55, and in the case of Defense Force officer to 60, we are allowing them to spread out their mortgage payments. We're allowing them to improve their quality of life. we're allowing them, Mr. Speaker, to have an opportunity to go and borrow some money, home ownership and other things. Empower them. And my good colleague from Exomo, who is a good man in this business, he get a big company to do these things. And so we are helping his business as well. We're giving him more guarantee in his business because we are extending the life of these individuals. We're also allowing these officers, Mr. Speaker, the opportunity to educate their children a little bit better, giving them an additional 5 years where they could earn this money, where they could send their children to school, helping and empowering the youth. Mr. Speaker, on a personal level, the Defense Force officers and the prison officers get government insurance coverage. Government pays for the insurance. And so the existing position, Mr. Speaker, is government pay for your insurance. And when you no longer work for the government, you're not covered. And so, Mr. Speaker, as a result of extending the retirement age 60 in the case of the Defense Force, we are in fact extending the age that this individual can get service and coverage from the government. Imagine the prison officer who has coverage for himself and his wife, or the Defense Force officer have the same coverage, Mr. Speaker, having to get cut off from 43 or 45 years old because that was the lifetime of their work. They're now in a position, Mr. Speaker, to improve the quality of their life when they have gone beyond their peak. And so, in the case of the Defense Force, we are also extending their insurance coverage for another 5 years. And I'm always reminded that when you get past 45, things on your body zap and fast. And so what the government is saying to individuals now, we're not only gonna pay you the extra money, we're not only gonna put you in a better space so that you can recover quicker, we're not only gonna make sure that your families get a better treatment because we're gonna take care of your medical insurance and other benefits that you get in the public service. We're gonna cover the children in school. We're gonna improve the quality of life of your families. And in doing so, we're gonna check the box and say, this is a commitment that the Free National Movement made to the workers in national security. We committed that to you. We can now check that box. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased, Mr. Speaker, as I close, that we've made that commitment, that we have lived up to our commitment. This was a promise that was made and a promise that has been fulfilled. The Defense Force, the prison officers, today it's like their graduation. And I see when the Army graduates in the US, they throw the hats up and they do all manner of things on graduation day. I can only imagine what is taking place at the Defense Force base or the prison, because this is a good day for them. This is a good day. for the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
I'll call you later.
And this is a day that individuals can say the FNM has lived up to its word. We have delivered for these public officers. And so, Mr. Speaker, I urge them to continue to do well, continue the job that they're doing, because this government cares about the quality of their lives. We not only care about them individually, we care about them collectively. And many persons in the Bahamas will benefit as a result of this simple exercise. And I'm happy that members opposite are supporting this exercise. And I want to declare for my homeboy and colleague who I have the greatest respect for, that he too will benefit as a result of this exercise. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity. I want to thank the residents of Garden Hills for allowing me to be their voice. And I want to thank the public officers on this day, the prison officers and the Defense Force officers who live in the Garden Hills constituency. Many of them, Mr. Speaker, there were over 300 police and Defense Force officers and prison officers in Garden Hills. And so I speak for the entire Southwest New Providence, where most of the officers live. And I say to them, congratulations. You've done well. And may God continue to bless you and keep you safe during this time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Centerville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just let me, before I begin, because I know the last time I would have spoken, there were quite a number of interruptions, and I guess, I would say that before I begin my presentation, like all of my presentations, are a matter of my opinion, and that's just the way it is. Mr. Speaker, today, my theme for this debate is that we are all in this together, but it's about the audacity, Mr. Speaker, to believe. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Speaker, and to members of the House of Assembly here in the Bahamas, and good afternoon to the Centerville constituency, and good afternoon to the entire Bahamas. Today, Mr. Speaker, and during this harvest season, as we end the church's year, I just want to give God, and I want to say thanks. How can we say thanks for the things He has done for us? Things so undeserved, yet He came to prove His love for us. The voices of a million angels cannot express my gratitude. All that I am, and I ever hope to be, I owe it all to Thee. So to God be all the glory. for the things he has and will continue to do. Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of the wonderful people of the independent constituency of Centerville. Let me send a prayer and a shout out to all the correctional officers, service officers, our prison officers, and defense force officers and police officers in the independent Centerville constituency. And as they prepare, and as we prepare for those advanced polls officers, always remember that you set the stage for the results of the general elections. You are the head and not the tail. You shall lend and not borrow. We depend on your protection and your security, officers, on your honesty, and most importantly, your children, my children, and the entire Centerville community and our country depend on your responsibility. You deserve all the love and respect we can give, as we depend heavily on you for our protection, the preservation of our loved ones, and for our democracy. Mr. Speaker, I couldn't miss an opportunity to give God thanks for the life and the journey of one Levan Bannister. Mr. Speaker, he was the WhatsApp king. He was the conscience of politics in the Bahamas. He was true. He erred on the side of righteousness. He was the conscience of the Hayman people. Levan Bannister, Mr. Speaker, was an FNM, but he spoke and believed in what was right and what was true. Just for the record, Mr. Speaker, whenever we heard attention Bahamas, attention public, or Likido Mama, or even the Frank Rutherford leap, it automatically grabbed your attention and it left you wanting to hear more. His words left you with food for thought. He was truly the Bahamas' WhatsApp king. Mr. Speaker, this is the first posthumous Centerville constituency Thumbs Up Award to Levan Bannister, the WhatsApp king. May his soul rest in peace. Mr. Speaker, the House of Assembly here in the Bahamas did not meet last week, which was the second Wednesday of the month, where democracy has its place in the freedoms of the questions and answers of and to the people. Centerville would have drafted you a letter to add open petitions to your agenda and your notice of meetings. Because, Mr. Speaker, these are the voices and the cries of the Bahamian people. Mr. Speaker, Centerville continues with its cleanup program, encouraging a community to believe in themselves, not in a party. Mr. Speaker, it's about the audacity to believe in something bigger than ourselves, a belief necessary, Mr. Speaker, to save our country, to save the next generation of Bahamians, a belief necessary, Mr. Speaker, to save the community of Centerville. Mr. Speaker, today we are discussing the Correctional Services Amendment Bill 2020 and the Defense Amendment Bill 2020. Let me, from the onset, Mr. Speaker, congratulate Mount Moriah and North Abaco for their presentation, because after they were done, I thought that national security, the institution, was and will be state of the art. So they had great presentation. But Mr. Speaker, when I listened to the presentation of Angliston, I wanted to give it a thumbs up award today, but we had already distributed that for today. She educated us on the history of our correctional facility, the reform agenda of Bernard Nottage. This is the education process, Mr. Speaker, that we all ought to be proud of and we all ought to appreciate. Mr. Speaker, I am disappointed in our parliament as we, through legislation, to me, continue to disrespect our officers, using one-line changes that should have been done many years ago to reflect on advancement. Today, Mr. Speaker, we come to Parliament to discuss the retirement age of correctional officers. Though I agree with it, Mr. Speaker, it's something that should have been done many years ago. We came here, Mr. Speaker, to talk about retirement, not even to discuss career paths of our young officers, not to discuss their working conditions, not to discuss their growth potential of an already challenged area of our security services. Mr. Speaker, not even to discuss our new recruits who are unable to get confirmation, to access credit in order to empower themselves. But to discuss, Mr. Speaker, retirement benefits that I know and I believe are warranted. Well, give me a break, Mr. Speaker. Could we just have another carrot, please? Correctional officers, there are more than 600 of you, and less than 50% of you are in your Correctional Services Association. I encourage all of you to join your association and push towards your union. This time, more than ever, we need all of you to vote. Tell your families to vote, as they are part of your struggles. I will not suggest to you at this time who to vote for, because I know you're smart enough. You base it on your past experiences. Mr. Speaker, we've shown such disrespect for our correctional officers at our prison. The politics, Mr. Speaker, to me, it's rampant. And we are making our officers feel as if we are doing them a favor. Base wages, limited protection, poor working conditions, and a battle of inadequate insurance and pension. Officers, join your association. Observer status won't cut it. We are all in this together. A fight for our democracy, a fight for our capacity, a fight for our dignity. Over the many years, your jobs have been carrots dangling during election time. And today is no different. Your hopes have been shattered and your dreams deferred. Your working conditions are below standard, and the efforts of governments to preserve and protect and promote you have been fruitless. One promise, Mr. Speaker, after another. The hurt, the pain, one family after another, one generation after the other. You get into the service, albeit through political turbulence, and everything we have taught you to be. Have pride in yourselves, have dignity, be honest. It's just thrown out the door. However, this level of treatment has become politically accepted. Is that what we are passing on to the next generation of correctional officers and defense force officers? A dictatorial model of false hope and deferred dreams? A model, Mr. Speaker, that trickles down to our inmates and stakeholders through psychological stress and disturbances, a reflection of injustice and reverse recidivism. You all are bigger than that, correctional service officers. Prison officers, you are bigger than that. Police officers, defense force officers, bigger than petty politics. The audacity, Mr. Speaker, to believe. The audacity to believe that we are truly bigger and better than this. I was looking at this amendment, Mr. Speaker, and was hoping that this government would use this as an opportunity to build the capacity of our prison or correctional facility. How do you build capacity, Mr. Speaker? Well, at the very onset, one way is by ensuring there is a Correctional Services Commission, like the police and the defense force. The Commissioner of Police, Paul Roll, did a report that was tabled in April of this year as they celebrated 180 years, outlining his plans, inclusive of purpose and priority. We look forward to a similar report from the Commissioner at the Department of Corrections. Our correction officers have to depend on an already burdened Public Service Commission to facilitate promotional exercises and capacity building efforts, or even to facilitate career path developments, which in some cases would take years. Limited base salary increases, no protective gear for our correctional officers, behaviors. Politics must become more serious about the lives of our people. This is very embarrassing to me, to be a part of a legislature who seems not to embrace the significance and importance of national security, albeit at a correctional facility, and how important it is to the safety of our democracy. Dictatorial models everywhere. Do we really need a referendum to establish a correctional service commission? Really? As we play political games with our prison and correctional facilities, outstanding pension issues, outstanding paycheck issues. Mr. Speaker, retirement politics has always been a major carrot that continues to burden our already challenged middle-aged and senior citizens. Same old playbook. Why? Because they know even in middle age and in retirement, we are still paying mortgages. Even in middle age and retirement, Mr. Speaker, we are still trying to find food for our children to eat. Mr. Speaker, a political carrot building agenda that has no place in the future of the Bahamas, and it has no place in the future of Bahamian politics. Politics, Mr. Speaker, is only interested in the votes of our retirees and our re-engagement officers. Mr. Speaker, just the dangling of just another carrot. Get that vote and pass the buck on to the next generation, who will be expected to follow after this same carrot. He didn't even get a chance to eat it. This amendment, Mr. Speaker, is a carrot partially fulfilled. Amid trying times and in an environment where COVID, coupled with politics and elections, have created an environment, Mr. Speaker, of desperation. The people are desperate. Our people are exhausted. The politicians are desperate to be reelected. Our children have become desperate, Mr. Speaker, for attention, for education. Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to encourage all Bahamians. Just become desperate for the love of God, and He will fulfill your every need. Mr. Speaker, we must establish a correctional service commission, which is necessary to independently evaluate recommendations for promotions and compulsory retirements for officers. This, Mr. Speaker, will help to create career paths and help to build an institution we can all be proud of. Mr. Speaker, democracy requires each and every one of us to be responsible. Centerville is fighting hard to replace a hidden dictatorial approach to government with true democracy and the rights of the freedoms of a people. Mr. Speaker, I could not help but notice many parties and gatherings over the past few days. One in particular in the Centerville constituency. Small businesses, we understand how desperate they have made us. But our freedoms and our democracy comes with a price. It's the price of responsibility. The only thing that will replace dictatorship is democracy. And we need every one of you to make that happen. We are all in this together. So by not following the protocols and the rules, you're putting yourselves and your families at risk. You put your future at risk. You put our future at risk. You put our police officers at risk. Democracy, Mr. Speaker, requires each and every one of us to be responsible. We cannot and should not legislate your choices, but democracy requires responsibility. A dictatorship model amplified by COVID-19 extension orders can only be replaced by true democracy, managed democracy, responsible democracy. And therefore, we need each and every one of us to be responsible. So democracy comes with a price, Bahamas. It's the price of responsibility. It's the only way we will replace a dictatorial model of governance. It's the price of freedom. It's the price of respect. It's our sacrifice, and it's called responsibility. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I want to say thank you to the Centerville community for their continued support. Your MP continues to work hard as an independent to clean and build our community. Your MP has personally not received any tablets from the Ministry of Education, but continues to provide by the grace of God. Your MP has no control over contracts, but continues to provide by the grace of
Honorable
God.
member, just a moment. The chair recognizes the member for North Abaco on a point of
The
order.
statement is misleading. I haven't received any tablets either. And I can tell you that there are many members in this house who have not received tablets. What we did was we used our community funding to source them, many of us. That is what we did. Now, that is not to say that none are available. If you seek the Ministry of Education's assistance, that you can get them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your MP has no control of contracts, but continues to provide by the grace of God. Thank you to our committed sponsors, and to my family and friends, and to the people of Centerville for helping your MP to make a difference. Centerville, Mr. Speaker. Centerville, Mr. Speaker. Centerville, Mr. Speaker. I do not have the power of your last representative, the former Prime Minister and PLP, who had the pen to sign off on most things. But I take being a representative, your representative of the people, seriously. The Centerville constituency continues to be challenged in a similar way, as was before, even under this government. However, I am proud to say that we are getting much done under the independent banner. So just imagine the audacity to believe. But we are all in this, Mr. Speaker, together. We are in something no pen can erase. We are in this COVID ship together with limited life vests. Politicians seem to be grabbing the life vest and swimming to shore. But all of us are in it together. No FNM, no FNM, Mr. Speaker. No FNM Bahamas can save you. None. No PLP can save you. Only God. The audacity, the audacity, the audacity, the audacity, just the audacity to believe. The audacity to believe that Bahamians, the audacity to believe in something bigger and better than this. Look, as temporary as this. The audacity to believe that as Bahamians, we are worth more than this. The audacity, Mr. Speaker, to believe that through it all, and even at the end of it all, we are all in one boat, a boat called the Archipelago of the Bahamas. And Mr. Speaker, and to the Bahamas, let us all continue. All continue. Let us all continue. I gotta make sure the Bahamas hear this. This is the final sentence.
Yeah.
Let us all continue Let us all continue government, governing side, opposition side, independent, to put our trust in God, not in man. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Garden Hills.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't want to stop, Mr. Speaker, the independent member for Centerville, my friend, Brother Chipman. I thought for a moment that his speech on the audacity, as Barack Obama would say, the audacity of hope, as he transitioned from Senator Obama to President Obama, I thought for a minute that my good friend was going to transition from independent MP to something else. But Mr. Speaker, on a serious note, he did say, Mr. Speaker, that promotions, that we're dangling promotions front individuals, and this was going to be and has been very political. I just want to remind the Speaker, the member, Mr. Speaker, that promotions in the public service is a set thing. Service-wide promotions are set. There are rules as to how long you could be in a position and when you would qualify to get to the next position. And Mr. Speaker, I also want to inform the member that just recently, the police and the Defense Force had what is regarded as the largest promotion exercise in the history of the Bahamas. And I can assure you that Customs and Prison are doing the same thing. And it has nothing, absolutely nothing, to do with politics and election. It has everything to do with merit and performance. And so, Mr. Speaker, I just want to let my friend know, my friend from Centerville know, a good man, he worked in Centerville, we worked together on another project. No, Centerville is good. Centerville got to cut a deal. Centerville got to cut a deal so he could survive. And so, Mr. Speaker, I just want to advise my colleague in a serious vein that the promotions that come through the Ministry of Public Service absolutely is not generated by politics, but by the large number of professionals in these ministries, professionals who are PLP, FNMs, and DNA, but professionals who say, I'm not going to put my politics first. I'm going to look at merit, and we're going to make our recommendations based on merit. And I assure you that certainly I don't get engaged. I don't know of any other politician who can get engaged because these professionals do their work. And I'm satisfied that they're doing a good work in that vein. So I want to lay that baby to sleep. And my colleague, you don't have to repeat that anymore because that's not accurate. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for the Exomas and Ragged Island.
Mr. Speaker, I intend to be brief, but I couldn't help but to stand to bring greetings to the constituents of Exuma and Ragged Island. As you would have heard, and as we are all well aware, these are trying times for the island of Exuma, and therefore I rise to continue to ask the people of Exuma to continue to follow the protocols, continue to take advantage of the free testing that's being provided by your member of parliament so that you will know your status and you will protect your loved ones. I ask you to continue to be law abiding and to continue to follow the guidelines and the laws established in the emergency orders. Mr. Speaker, I am concerned about two things in particular. Firstly, as I read the paper today, a story in The Guardian began by talking about the positivity rate in Exuma being in the 70s, 79. And I've received several calls. I've been stopped in the street to ask me what's going on. And people seem to interpret this as if 79% of people in Exuma are positive. I want to clarify this. I understand what it is, and this is why I want to clarify it. I want to clarify it for the benefit of the people of the Bahamas. Firstly, it is the protocol of the Ministry of Health, as I understand it, to offer free testing only to persons who are symptomatic. If 5 persons show up who is symptomatic and 4 of them are positive, then the positivity rate would be 80%. What this positivity rate tells me is that there is a significant need for more testing on the island of Exuma and across the Bahamas. We have called for more testing, we've called for free testing, and we encourage the government to do so. We note, Mr. Speaker, that the Ministry of Health released a flyer advising the people of Exuma that they can have free testing. On further examination, it's only available if you have symptoms. Again, this is problematic. And it is perceived to be disingenuous, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, if we are minded to offer free testing for Exuma, and we correct what appears to be an anomaly, I invite this government to expand it across the Bahamas. It is reprehensible that it would only be offered to the island of Exuma.
Chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town. On a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, it is the government's established policy, as the member for Exuma and rightly pointed out, that we test every Bahamian everywhere in the Bahamas free of charge who is symptomatic.
Symptomatic, yeah.
It is our policy.
That's
It
what I
has been
said.
the policy. It has been, no, you said to offer it free. And I am stating that the free is not just for Exuma.
Yeah, I said that.
It's throughout the entire country. Okay? The reality is, Mr. Speaker, that has been the policy of the government from March of this country of this year, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, the people of Exuma got excited when they saw the flyer, and I wanted to clarify that my understanding of the government's policy is as outlined by the minister. Only if you're symptomatic, you will get this test. Mr. Speaker, there is a logistical problem that I asked the competent authority, the Minister of Health, to look at. There's a question of the PCR testing being the gold standard for travel. And there are many Exumians, persons who are stuck in Exuma at the moment from elsewhere across the Bahamas, who would like to travel, who want to be law-abiding, who would like to get the PCR test, but it's simply not practical or possible. Firstly, the cost is in excess of $300. Secondly, whilst the swabs are taken in Exuma, the analysis is done in New Providence. The problem is that the order has restricted domestic flights. So if you are swabbed on a Thursday and you miss the boat on Friday for that swab to come to Nassau, you have to wait until next Friday. Meanwhile, you're waiting to leave the island of Exuma for good and valid reasons. So we've been doing this now for 9 months. I would urge the government to refine these logistical problems so that it minimizes the hardship on people across our country. And I think if you are able to make advance on this particular requirement, I believe we will be one step further ahead. Mr. Speaker, on the bill itself, I won't belabor the issue. The member for Engliston has spoken. The leader will speak. But I want to thank the members of the armed forces, the uniformed branches, customs, immigration, police, defense force, and the correction officers. Corrections officers are sometimes forgotten. So I'm delighted that they got a boon today. And I hope that the minister will continue to look to resolve the other issues of the Correctional Officers Association. And I understand there are some. But when these officers leave home, their families know that harm might befall them. When they leave home, they're fully aware that on the front line, they might be infected with COVID. And therefore, we must continue to treat them well. We must continue to treat them with dignity. So I say on behalf of the people of Exuma and Ragged Island, on behalf of all of the well-meaning people of our country, that we thank the uniform branches and the officers for their dedicated service to country. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would say this. We heard today of the delay of the fiscal strategy report. And I want to point out that this is perhaps a bit problematic. 10.2 of the Fiscal Responsibility Act, Section 10.2, says that the government shall report no later than the third Wednesday of November. Didn't make it optional. It didn't say if you come to Parliament and give a communication on the issue, it's all right. It says it shall, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I encourage in the spirit of transparency and accountability. Transparency and accountability is always relevant. And I encourage you to abide by the act. It has international implications. It has international implications. It could impact the cost of money. It could impact many other issues that we need not have at this time. So I encourage you to follow the letter of the law. Mr. Speaker, as I close, if I might remind you, Mr. Speaker, that you had given an undertaking to look into the Fiscal Responsibility Council's report. This is also an issue that I raised some time ago, and you had given an undertaking to look into it, and we would be most grateful. We believe these issues speak to the core of transparency and accountability of our country, and therefore we want to be on top of them all the time. Transparency, accountability isn't seasonal. It's mandatory for good governance every day. Mr. Speaker, I say once more to the people of Exuma to continue to follow the health protocols, to continue to be responsible, to continue to be vigilant, and to continue to follow the laws as outlined in the emergency orders. We might debate them as we wish, but continue to be law-abiding. Continue to protect yourself, continue to protect your loved ones, and let's work together to curb the spread of COVID on the island of Exuma and across our country. And I thank the healthcare officials. I thank the surveillance team for the work that they're doing on the island of Exuma at this time, and I invite them to continue to fight the good fight. We know that this isn't an easy task, and I want to say on behalf of the grateful Exuma, on behalf of the grateful Bahamas, we thank them for their service. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Absolutely.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Kalani.
Speaker, I only make a comment with respect to the member. I understand the member means better. There's consistency in terms of pre-testing, etc. But the member for the minister has answered the question correctly with respect to what government does and government and international policy. I only want to inform the member that the problem we face today is a public health problem. It's not a political problem. It's not a PLC, it's an F&M. And if the member wants to assist, I recommend that then you're invited to briefing by health and ourselves that you attend and offer whatever assistance. The testing can be more dangerous if done in isolation without public health involvement. So you would be doing a great disservice to your population, to the country, and to yourself.
To respond, I want to be abundantly clear that the testing being done on the island of Exuma isn't being done by me. It's being done by an approved lab, the island, and I'm encouraging Exumians to take advantage of the free testing. It's the same lab that the government is recommending and using for tourists to get their 5-day rapid test. That one, Mr. Speaker. So I find the member for Kalani's intervention a bit confusing, Mr. Speaker, because I know that he supports testing. I know that he supports the rapid test for some purposes. And the point of the matter is that we are supporting free testing done by an established lab on the island of Exuma so that people will know their status. They will know their status. They can help to protect themselves. They can help to protect their families. And they can protect their loved ones who might be at home, who may be suffering from comorbidities. And I know that the member for Kalani agrees with the principle. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I make no apologies for rising to the occasion to assist the members of Exuma, and I will do so again if put in the same position so to do. And I encourage the competent authority who has the power to do so to expand and have widespread testing across the country, not just for people who are symptomatic, but for everyone who believes that they may have been exposed. I share his concern. COVID isn't red or yellow. This is a national issue. It's a public health issue. And this is why I'm delighted to have been able to rise to the occasion, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Kalani.
I would repeat again. It's a public health issue. It's very difficult for a medical doctor to stand up knowing the facts to argue with somebody who don't know the facts. Very difficult. Therefore, I can't say much. Because it'll be back and forth. You know, those who don't know, they don't know. That's all.
Honorable Member.
The competent authority of the minister provide relevant information, full transparency. It's always there. And if there is an issue in Bimini, you should speak with the MP. If there's an issue in Exuma, he should provide that information. Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to have spoken with the public health officials, the surveillance team, and I consider myself briefed on the issue. The WHO has laid down the standards for testing, and I am delighted, Mr. Speaker, that I've informed myself on those issues. I'm always available. I'm always available to be further advised. If the competent authority has more information, I'll be delighted to hear it. Anything to protect the residents and the people of Exuma and the Bahamas.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Just a moment, Honorable Member for Yamacraw. Honorable Member for Exuma, you raised the issue of an undertaking by the chair. The chair was constrained not to enter the debates on matters raised between members. Notwithstanding, I did make an inquiry and I came across a document that suggested that there were some issues that had to be resolved between those persons who were appointed to the Fiscal Responsibility Council. And I would suggest that you take that issue up further with the member for East Grand Bahama that you raised the matter with. That's all I'm prepared to say.
On the matter.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Yamakro.
Rise on behalf of the good people of Yamakro, to give a contribution to this debate that's before Parliament on the Defense Amendment Bill 2020 and the Correctional Services Amendment Bill 2020. Before I go into my presentation, I'm delighted to hear Exuma and Ragged Island say that he's available and amenable for consultation on these matters. I do recall on the 23rd of July when the member for Kalani stood in this very honorable place, Mr. Speaker, and he said that he got up early in the morning. He had conversations with his counterpart from Barbados, Mr. Lucia, and he said he realized how important it is to the region to collaborate and exchange ideas on the topic of COVID-19. And then shortly thereafter, he extended an invitation to the side opposite to meet, discuss, and have discussions on this matter. I well recall that he even apologized when extending the invitation, I think it was that afternoon or the following day, to the opposition. When he said, listen, there's a meeting this afternoon, Cat Island said, you don't come and tell me there's a meeting, and I'm not quoting verbatim. You don't know what I have to do. He says, I can't make it for this evening. And at that meeting, Mr. Speaker, we had no less a person than, I think, Mr. Dr. Dal Regis, one of the nation's lead experts, there to make a contribution and answer any questions. There was another invitation extended, and the member for Exuma, Ragged Island, and I think the Honorable Senator of the Freeport did attend that meeting. Sir? Michael Dowell attended that meeting and a number of cabinet. No, stop it. Nobody kicked you out. Oh, so don't say that though. Okay, good. And I did not see Cat Island at the meeting, but the meeting was professionally done. A presentation was presented. Nobody questioned the quality of the presentation, and then the Honorable Prime Minister turned to the Deputy Leader for the Progressive Liberal Party, Dr. Dowling. Any questions? Any questions you want to ask or have resolved? Yeah. What are you? Okay. I take that. My cousin. Yeah, my cousin. I must support. Yeah, I must apologize, Mr. Speaker, because I do recall when Cat Island came back, I was given a message to give to him. Yeah, what you telling me? The message was what the former Prime Minister said to Mr. Christie, that a very large army was left. There's some insurrection. That's the problem. Like I stand there on that day, I stand and look at Cat Island eye to eye and say, crush the insurrection. I said, no, oh yes, I told him that the message coming from Cat Island is to cross the insurrection. He said nothing. He just in the same way he's doing now. He's thinking thinking deep. So, with Mr. Speaker, they came to that meeting, Mr. Speaker, and they were allowed to ask all of the questions fully. And I think a number of invitations were given, and and they're still open for persons to come, be informed by Dr. Del Regis or the medical. Dr. McMillan, to be informed by them, Mr. Speaker, and so that they can give and ask any possible question, not just ask questions, but make recommendations. And if you have any objective observations that you want to make to those persons who are responsible, as Mrs. Gibson said, to the strategic leaders in this matter. And Mr. Speaker, I've said it before, and I'm speaking behind his back when Dr. Sands is here, that when COVID-19 first set itself upon us, the Honorable Prime Minister said, listen, there's some persons who should lead the way in this. And he said who those persons were and who they are. Mr. Speaker? He said who those persons were and who they are. And then a national committee was set up that I sat on, Minister of Transport, Tourism, sat on the Attorney General, and you had persons from every ministry sitting on that to give their contribution to the way forward so that there could be a collaborative disposition on how we deal with it. And so from the beginning, Mr. Speaker, I'm no lapdog. I've heard persons say a lot of things about the cabinet and what we do or what we don't do. And sometimes we have caucus meetings where persons are free to say what they want to say and how they want to say it. And so to the point where I said, I would say that because what I say between me and the Prime Minister is private. Yeah, so there's that opportunity to do it. But I just wanted to dispel that. Mr. Speaker, I would like to extend profound gratitude to two ladies in the Yamacraw constituency, Ms. Joseph and Ms. Williams. I went to Ms. Joseph's house this past week, and when I went there, she's in her 80s, very strong. She says, I want you to sit in my chair and I'm going to put my fan on you because I don't want you to sweat. And when we were finished with that discussion, I was very grateful and I thanked her. And I want to say to my colleagues, is I know there's COVID-19, decide officers. Let the people see you. Let them hear from you. They know that you don't have everything that they may want. They say they're light bills or anything like that. But they want to know that you care and you're there for them. So give them a call. Go through. You might not be able to go in the house, but be alive in your community to address issues. And so I want to thank those two ladies for their kind assistance. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, enough is enough. I represent a community called Yamacraw. There's been, last evening there was a shooting, horrible shooting. And I passed through the community this morning. What I saw was there was an eerie silence. There are persons who are on their porch, persons not walking, and normally it's a jovial community. But you knew that something had happened. And that eerie silence was almost bone chilling. And right in that area on Commonwealth Boulevard, I can tell you of a gentleman who was shot while on a bucket, one shot through the window. Then there's Roberto, who was shot, who grew up in the community. I want to extend condolences to all those families, and then the two young men who were shot last night. And I sent a note to the group. I sent it to a reverend gentleman. I identified we have to do more than just talk. We have to do it in a way that we engage the community, the leaders, the reverends, the children, and the men to protect them, because you can be in a community and you're frightened beyond belief. And so, Mr. Speaker, even though this is COVID-19, I want to commend the Royal Bahamas Police Force and what they do to make people feel safe. But it is unacceptable. And we're not going to accept it. And we're going to bring attention to it. I want to commend the Minister for Social Services in his presentation today, commend and congratulate Mrs. Marion Bethel for her re-election. A first class, phenomenal, and I don't know if you could say a lady, but I take back the first class. A phenomenal lady, because all ladies are first class of the soil. I want to commend her. I like the way how he identified all of the international days, International Day of the Men, and I know there's many programs that center on women, and they're past due, Mr. Speaker. But we have to concentrate on our men. Too many are dying, too many are in prison. You know, when I campaigned, I said something that was personal to me. I told the men who was with me, if you have children and you don't take care of your children, I thought I was just a loose venue. I don't need, after discussion with you, I don't need you to walk with me if you're not going to be there for your children. There's certain basic discussions that we have to have them openly and have them honestly. There are too many people who have children in this country, some sitting straight and all over the place and not prepared to acknowledge or take care of them. That is wrong, Mr. Speaker. And if in COVID-19 you can't take your children, go and see them. Take them corned beef, take them rice. I got 3, and I acknowledge all of mine. Like my father acknowledged me. I want to commend my bishop, Leish Boyd, his commentary on politics. At its lowest common denominator, it is how we share society's scarce resources. It is being brutal in this country, and it has to get better. Mr. Speaker, I want to commend Anglican and most certainly the Minister of Social Services for the recognition that they expressed to the women's suffrage movement and the celebration of that event. And I only wish that in celebration of that awesome occasion, when women in the Bahamas, not motivated by politics, but by socio-economic human belief that people should be treated better. That in honor of those women that we could lay the naturalization, immigration, and asylum bill that seeks to deal with the issues faced by women in this country, guaranteeing citizenship to their children and men. I want to commend the government led by the most honorable Dr. Hubert Menace for the work done on that piece of legislation that seeks to remediate a lot of the discomfort felt by individuals in this community, and put on the record that I think that it's time that we do what is the right thing. Make it certain that if you don't apply by a certain age, then you lose that opportunity. Make it certain, and it is certain that only fit, proper, committed, loyal, and patriotic persons will be awarded the sanction or designation of citizenship. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would also like to extend condolences to Levan Bannister. He ran with my brother named Spy, Ray Anthony Johnson. And every time he saw me, he would tell me, but he'd always tell me with him and Spy and what they did in Nassau Village. And he saw me as their little brother. And so I want to extend condolences to him and his family. Mr. Speaker, to the bill at hand, I want to commend the Minister of National Security for building on a solid foundation and for doing something that I was getting text messages while he was making his presentation. When I was in the community, Mr. Glinton, prison officer, was happy to hear this legislation was being made. Defense Force officer texted me to ask what will it translate into benefit for reservist officers and whether or not they would get a benefit in terms of the age being increased. I listened. I want to commend the prison department. I developed a very strong relationship with them when I did my pupillage at the Eugene Deputy Legal Aid Clinic. And I said before that Anglistan's brother made sure that I went there to see those individuals. And I met some of the most brilliant men that I've ever met in the Bahamas. And like Miles Monroe said, there you saw books that were not written and could be written reforms. You saw everything when you went into that prison. And they gave you a proper education on the anthropological development of the Bahamas. So they knew everybody. They knew things that were happening outside before the people happened, before people on the outside knew it was happening. So I pledged then for all that I've gotten from the prison to develop a relationship with them. I want to thank them for the work that they did in Yamacraw and helping us with the backyard farming and nature trail initiative. A very large project, and North Andros always speaks about it. And in return, we're going to provide them with technical support. We're pledging $5,000 towards the development of a distance learning program for them, and also for the expertise that we have in the community to go into the correctional facility and see how we can assist them. Mr. Speaker, the Correctional Services Bill and the Defense Amendment Bill strike home and brings a degree of satisfaction to prison officers and defense force officers by extending the years that they can remain and work at that department. And rightly so. I've heard the observations made that looking at the conditions under which they work. And I heard Angleston spoke to the report that was made and what Dr. Nottage did. But I do recall, and I commend her for her presentation, but I do remember the case of John Higgs, and I know that Cat Island and Angleston would remember that case that highlighted all of what some would call or labor the difficulties that persons experienced at the then Foxville prison, and the decision and what eventually occurred with Mr. Higgs. But the case and those cases, because I think it was after 12 years we started the whole process of executing persons. And Mr. Higgs took his life. But apart those cases and that era highlight a lot of the difficulties, and that decision by the Privy Council was brought out in 1999, highlighted a lot of unacceptable conditions in the prison, which raised some of the judges to say that the law or justice did not stop at the gates of Foxville prison. It should go in and deal with a lot of the issues identified by Angleston. I want to commend defense force officers, prison officers, immigration officers for what they do. So sometimes, you take people, you incarcerate them, and you send them, and they have to be there. And there's a lot left to be done. It's not the end of the road. Even in terms of looking at this, I've been getting texts, as Senator said, about a prison commission and what that can do to resolve some of the issues that they're experiencing at the prison. But as all of the speakers before me have said, these bills really present very little difficulty or issue for us. And so, in that vein, Mr. Speaker, Yamacraw supports these bills. But I would like to go back to say what is inuring along that Commonwealth Boulevard strip, Mr. Speaker. You can find in other areas in the Bahamas. And we cannot allow a few miscreants to destroy the way of life of the people of a community where senior citizens, young girls, young men who you normally see traversing the streets are concerned to traverse the streets. I invited someone to go and clean the yard. And he said, I can't go there and stay too long, because he was concerned about some of the things that would happen. But these things happen, and they're not done by strangers. These are young men within a certain age bracket. I think at some point, Mr. Speaker, we must come to the realization, as in the 1998 Commission on Crime report, which identified a lot of irregularities in our country. They looked at the court, the family, the church, the home, and how do we address this issue of crime. But we do in Yamacraw, Mr. Speaker, intend to bring light to this issue, to assist the police in whatever way we can. We encourage them to do walkabouts in the day and in the night. We're going to invite, I've already reached out to particular reverend, because I said to him, this goes far beyond, Mr. Speaker, I think the physical. There's something spiritual that's happening. But then even in writing to him, I remember where the good master said, you know, if you go to a man and he doesn't have the necessities in life, how could you give him the gospel? So there's certain things that we have to do. But I want to raise the issue in terms of the level of fear, Mr. Speaker, that I saw this morning. The level of concern that I saw this morning as I drove along Commonwealth Boulevard. And I want to bring that attention to everybody and to say that we have an obligation to be honest. We have an obligation to rear our children. Fathers must be there. Even if you and the mother separate, go back to those boys. We're finding too many of them where they're not being properly attended to. I want to just say a few things that we're going to be doing very shortly. We're organizing to do a flu shot on one of the parks. And during that flu shot, we're going to do it at the backyard farming project, more than 2 acres. We're going to be giving out our packages of backyard farming kits. We also secured more than $50,000 worth of devices. And we're working closely with the Minister of Education, because he told us to make sure that the persons that we give them to, that we keep a record of it. So at the end of the day, when they give, and the intention is to put a device in every child's hand, that they will not do a double distribution. So hearing centers, if you know that there are children who don't have a device, this is your opportunity to do a survey. And that's what we did in Yamacross. We created a device where we invited everybody. If you have a child in your house who didn't have a device, you fill it out. That's where we get to know what's the name of the child, which school the child goes to, and we have that. We have more than 200. So with our list, when we would have finished giving out what we have to give out, with the assistance of our friends and the little that we have from the community fund, we're then able to send that with the children who did not get to the Ministry of Education, and they're able to distribute. So I'm saying to Cat Island or wherever, and I think Cat Island's already being taken care of. Go throughout your community. It gives you an opportunity to interact with the person and to find out who are not in school, find out who do not have, and then you can give out what you do have, even if it's 10, and then you can take that. I want to congratulate the students who were successful in our essay competition. I want to tell them we have their laptops. The committee is meeting on Thursday evening, and we will decide a date when we will give it to you in a way that's safe. So I want to thank you. I want to commend the Minister of Defense for these 2 bills. And also, I want to lend my support to them on behalf of the great constituency of Yamacross. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many? Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Fox Hill.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, through the grace and the mercy of the Almighty, on behalf of all the wonderful people of the Foxville constituency, but more particularly so today, on behalf of the men and the women of the Bahamas Department of Correction and the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. I am indeed honored to represent them in this House. I will be brief, Mr. Speaker, because I think most of what needed to have been said has been said, and has been said very well and very eloquently. I again want to extend, before I get into what I want to say about these bills, I want to extend birthday greetings to Mother Miriam Roper, who celebrated 97 years on this earth. It wasn't a big celebration, and it wasn't the big celebration that we wanted, but it was heartfelt and it was full of love. I also want to express condolences to the families throughout the constituency on the passing of their loved ones. While we cannot sit with you and hug you and let you rest your head on our shoulders, we want you to know that we share your pain and your grief at this earthly separation. May the God of all peace and comfort hold you in the palm of his hand and ease your achy heart. Mr. Speaker, let me say at the outset that I fully support this compendium of two bills, which begin the process of bringing parity among the national security services, specifically the Bahamas Department of Corrections and the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, as it relates to staff in the Royal Bahamas Police Force and the public service, who seem to have moved ahead over the years. It is a good start. It is a very good start, and I endorse the corrective measures that the member of Mount Moriah Thank you. I commend the member for Mount Moriah for bringing these bills at this particular time. The men and the women of the social security services will now be able to live a little easier, live with a little less anxiety as they approach retirement. It is only right and decent and our bounden duty to make it thus. I don't intend to regurgitate what has been said, except I expect to see more improvement across public service agencies as it pertains to promotion and orderly progression. There's no reason, no acceptable reason that someone who joins the public service 15 years ago should still be classified as a trainee. This period of 15 years encompasses three administrations passed this by. It is an affront. It is heartless. And it is unchristian. We should all be offended. Let's fix these egregious anomalies. Let's fix them. And let's fix them quickly. You started Mount Moriah. You started Garden Hill. Let's keep the ball rolling. We say that our people are our greatest natural resource. Let us show that they are our greatest natural resource by continuing to make things right. Let's keep the ball rolling. Mr. Speaker, I extend warmest congratulations to Ms. Marian Bethel on her re-election to CETA. I understand, Mr. Speaker, that this particular election was significant. It was significant in that there was a field of 21 candidates for only 11 seats. She scored, as was said earlier, second highest in number of votes, well ahead of many developed countries. This victory, no doubt, was a reflection not only of her expertise, but also of the Bahamas and our own strong record of human rights, democracy, and as I understand it, a very strategic campaign by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I ask, sir, Ms. Bethel, if you're listening, I ask you to push the boundaries. Do not wait for tomorrow, and to realize that time is the thief of the realization of the dreams and the aspirations of girls and women. You have our support. The Speaker, as it pertains to this compendium of two bills, the observance of 16 days of activism to end violence against women, and the observation of the suffragette movement and their fight for the right to vote, all seem bound in the same storybook to me. Mr. Speaker, these bills, once we've voted for them and passed them, will benefit both the men and the women of the Bahamas Department of Corrections and the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. But embedded in this exercise, Mr. Speaker, is the requirement for another push. With the same sense of urgency for gender parity within these services, there needs to be a bigger crack in the glass ceiling. How close are we to having a female Commodore? Is there a path to that? Do girls know that? Do school children know that? This is something that we must evangelize. It can't be known among the few. It needs to be widely known and widely sought after. Mr. Speaker, as we observe the 16 days of activism to end violence against women, we must note that this is another critical component for these same women in the national security services, who these bills include, and women throughout our archipelago. This year, the focus, Mr. Speaker, is on your constituency, Nassau Village, while also including the entire country. Last year, and we thank the organizers, the focus was on Foster. I left the orange ribbons up, the orange bows up on the lamppost and on the churches for a whole year, for a whole 12 months, so that it would be a reminder to everybody that we must end this practice. Every day, every blessed day, we must be reminded that this is an unacceptable and despicable habit that we have accepted over the years and even sought in some instances to justify. And generations of girls and women are subjected to this cycle of violence. Even some of these same women that this bill seeks to bring economic parity to. Some who wear a badge and are authorized to carry a gun are subjected to the same cycle of violence. I wonder if there are statistics to tell us that there has been a reduction in the violence against girls and women from the 2019 observance to the beginning of the 2020 observance. I wonder if when we wear the orange tie and mask next sitting of this house, and when we wear the orange t-shirt over the 16-day period, that we will be able to report to this house and to the nation in a year's time that we have reduced the violence against girls and women. It is an imperative, and it must be measurable, and it must be done. Mr. Speaker, the suffragettes fought for the right to vote. But at the time, they were not fighting for women. They were simply fighting for the right to vote. More so to put our male leaders in a position to attain majority rule. They fought for all of us. And we've had majority rule for so many years now. And the same men that these women fought so hard for to make it so are the same men that make, in some instances, the promotion of females, women, and girls tokenism. It must not be. We must not be proud to be the only one. We must not be proud to be that I made it, where are your sisters? And I say this, Mr. Speaker, because I've gone through this. In 1976, the Bahamas fielded an Olympic team, the Montreal Olympics. That was memorable to me in many ways. First, because I was a teenager competing at the Caribbean Games. I had no idea that it was an Olympic year. And I absolutely had no inkling that I had jumped the Olympic qualifying distance as a teenager. And so, on a team made up solely of men, I was the lone female. And as I said, a teenager to boot. They had not planned for me, Mr. Speaker. It was a surprise to them, and even a bigger surprise to me. And so there was no uniform that could fit me. And 5'7", the uniform I was given was for somebody 6 feet. And thank God that women know how to be sisters, and girls know how to be sisters. Bermuda, short, same color as the Bahamas. So my good friend, Debbie Jones from Bermuda, lent me her shorts. Otherwise, I would have had to put, some pins in it so that as I jumped and I ran, that it wouldn't fall. They had not planned for me. Mr. Speaker, it happened again. In 1982, I made the Commonwealth Games qualifying standard. And again, I was the lone woman on that team, lone female. And I went there this time, unlike the Olympics, I was a starry-eyed teenager. This time I went to the Olympics because I knew I had a job to do. I had a job of not just winning a medal. I had a job to lay a pathway to my sisters. I remembered Pauline Davis didn't make the team at the time, and she cried bitter tears because she didn't make that team. So I knew I had to blaze a path, and we went to Australia, a team of 7, and we came back with 6 medals. And I came back with a gold medal and a record, a Commonwealth Games record. Mr. Speaker, that lasted 26 years. Thank you. Actually, I remember, and you were quite right to say that, Angleston. They tell me that the former Prime Minister, Terry Christie, ran into the House and said, stop the presses. We've won gold in Australia. So yes, it's across all political divides. But the story underneath that, Mr. Speaker, is that was the last time, the very last time that I was the lone female on a Bahamian track and field national team. And it's because the B3As was intentional in developing women and developing men. And so last month, we celebrated 20 years ago of the women that won the gold medal in Australia. So let's be celebrating at some point, and not too far in the distant future, the same men, the same women in the Royal Bahamas Defense Force and the Department of Corrections, the Royal Bahamas Police Force, and all the agencies of the public service that women have been allowed to compete on a level playing field. It is our bounden duty to do it. So, Mr. Speaker, I said I wouldn't be long, but I want to leave that in the consciousness of my colleagues, in the consciousness of this country, as we fight for the economic parity in the services. Let's always and also fight such that our services look like our country. The Interior Minister in Lebanon came in for some heavy criticism last week. In Lebanon, there was a lockdown and they stopped the deliveries, and people wondered how they would eat. And the Minister of the Interior, he's now the former Minister of the Interior, said, let the women cook a little. I am happy to say that most of the people that kicked back were the men of Lebanon. I'm also happy to say that both my brothers, Danny and Bernard, cook better than me because they understood that their sister had something else to do. And so they made my path easy. So we need to make the path for the women. My sister Seabury, I hope 2022, there are more people that look like you and more people that look like me that sit on the western side of the house. If we are to go, we can talk first world country and we can celebrate where we go. But let us be serious about it. I can't wait to say, Madam Commissioner of Police, Madam Commissioner of the Prison Services, Madam Commodore of the Defense Force. The Jamaicans have something that they say, soon come, soon come. And even we said, coming now, but we still coming. So Marion Bethel, work as though somebody is running behind you. Do not be soothed by there is time. That there is time. No? So, Mount Moriah, I applaud you. The step in the right direction. I look forward to seeing you push the boundaries and make that path. We came from 1982 to the 2006 Olympic Games. Let's not wait that long for this. So I'm praying for you. I will pray for you that we will get this done. And the men and the women of our national security services will say, well, good, thou brave, and faithful son. May God bless you, Mount Moriah. Mount Moriah, I decree and I declare that it shall be thus. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Asmani. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, if may, lend my voice of condolences to has been expressed in here today to the member for Mount Moriah on the passing of his father, Wilmore, who was a dear friend of my father. They hail from what I call the ball field days. They were neighbors, and I remember Mr. Dames quite well, not only as a neighbor but also as a police officer, and the manner in which he acquitted himself as a police officer. So I extend my condolences to Mount Moriah and his siblings, who also was known to me. I also like to take this opportunity to extend condolences to an educator, primary school educator, who taught for many, many years in San Salvador at the San Salvador Primary School, Ms. Angela Larimore, who passed last week over the weekend, and particularly to her daughter, Beverly. She will sorely be missed. She's just retired as an educator, taught many years there in San Salvador, was a committed soul to her students, committed soul to that community. And though she was not, as I said, originally from there, she moved there and became a part, well amongst them, and became one of them. And for that, I would like to extend my appreciation to the family for the contribution she would have made to that community. Also like to congratulate Womanish Ways. Oh, no, you look surprised when I said Womanish Ways. Womanish Ways was the documentary that was done by Marion Bethel, for which he got much acclaim. And that really tracks the story of the women's suffrage movement, a well-documented documentary on that movement, which speaks to her creativity, her sense of purpose for the advancement of gender equality. And I think very often she must be a bit, and I don't speak for her, but I know that the position she holds, that she's been elected to, very often she would be asked of the status of women in this country. And her response at the continuity said that our Constitution still has this sort of this bias, this discrimination against females. And despite our efforts, again, the politics continually interferes with what we know is right. We know it's right to amend Section 26 of our Constitution. But yet, when it comes to getting it right through referenda, politics gets involved, and it never gets done. But as they, I'm saying it happens on both sides. That's what happened. When you all did it, we did it. When we did it, you all did it. Is that that's what I say that way? And so I take my hat off and again extend my congratulations to Marion Bethel Sears. And I think we all have to continue to say that we ought to continually to support her in her work to advance the gender agenda to which we all subscribe. And that one day we're allowed to let the politics fly, and we'll achieve that which we ought to be achieved through the amendment of our Constitution. Mr. Speaker, you know, we pay a lot of lip service to when it's necessary. This is not no red, no yellow, no green, or whatever. We pay a lot of lip service. And, you know, I hear it. And as time roll on, again, the politics continually to be played. You know, so let's talk about testing, right? Let's talk about this testing. From March, we have been, I've been asking the government to consider their testing protocol. We all agree that this virus, this coronavirus, is an invisible enemy. It is an invisible enemy. And it can only be made visible through testing. We also understand that a person could be infected and contagious, but be asymptomatic. So why would the policy, and I've asked the government to reconsider the policy of only testing persons who show symptoms? Because if it could be carried by persons who are asymptomatic, who will also be infectious, and as I said, it is an invisible enemy, and it's going out there, you're going to continue to have the surges that we have, because persons are going to be moving around who are asymptomatic and passing it, and you're not able to capture that demographic of the virus. And so I urge reconsideration of that policy, that you also test across the board. And you start with your frontline workers. Talking about that, I know that the government has agreed or has indicated that they will be giving bonuses to persons who will be working, as it were, in frontline fighting the virus. They're going to, but I would ask them to revisit the approach that they take in deciding who could or would get the bonus. Because it appears to be subjective, and it could cause some issues that you don't want to have. Huh? So I've been in your ministry. No man, why do you think I'm needing a job position? Not to know what's going on? And it's only yesterday, I'm giving you some good advice, because it could cause some confusion. You could decide it is the approach, the criteria set to achieve a bonus could be very subjective. And it may not lie at your feet, but it could lie in the hands of those who have to do the assessment. And you know how we go, right? Particularly in the public service. Some of us will not be as fair to one as they would be to the other.
and that is what you. Yeah, well, I could name some, but I wouldn't do that here, right? But I'm just saying. So that is what I say to you. So you need to examine that bonus policy that you have and revisit it. Now, I also would ask government to, choices and priorities. So usually sometimes define who we are. And in respect to policy initiatives, it speaks to policy approach to issues. So, choices and priorities. So, for example, the member from Southern Shores spoke to the fact that the statistics on crime over the last 3 years was trending down. Now, but on the other hand, we heard from the member of Yamacraw how the fear of crime appears to still be very high. Now,
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Yamagro on a point of order.
you ask him at that point of order, or you
I'm asking if he's on a point of order because he raised.
Yeah,
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I think the good member is leading the House. I did not speak I speak about the fears that are existing as a result of an incident. I did not speak to the crime not trending down, or because of that, it's not trending down. I did speak or invite the good honorable member to come to those meetings with the strategic authority so he could properly give good advice on the COVID-19 situation, but I didn't say that.
Thank you. Chair recognizes the honorable member for Gat Island, Ramkeen.
I didn't say that. Well, I never said that the member said that crime statistics weren't trending down. I did not say that. What I said, Mr. Speaker, is that he reminded us that the fear of crime is rising and is still there. And it is as a result of a criminal incident that he went to see and visit the people to lend some comfort to them that he recognized the fear of crime. It's that there's always another side to it. And the side to it is, Mr. Speaker, is that the fear of crime in this country, and that is part of the problem. That is one of the issues. When I talk about choices, and priorities, right? This government tends to pay much attention to metrics. And when I say pay much attention to metrics, they pay attention to metrics to the extent that it is the rule rather than a guide. For example, right? They'll talk about the fiscal deficit and forget the social deficit. Right? And so when you talk about choices in forming policy, if you talk about choices in forming policy, let's stay in the realm of crime that was discussed. Right? We invest, remember from Engliston spoke about some of the investments made over the last 3 years in the fight against crime. And that's full one of them. She talked about the body cam, the drones. Well, I've heard about drones. I don't know what it's good thing. But let's talk about the shot spotter. And what would investment in a shot spotter speak to in respect to the policy initiative of the government? Now, crime
has, I call it, you have, when you talk about the crime issue, efforts should be made there should be initiatives for the prevention of crime. There should be an initiative for the detection of crime. Then the prosecution of the crime. And then the punishment for the crime. And then the rehabilitation. So basically 5 initiatives. And the policy of the government or their attitude or approach to the fight against these initiatives is where your investment is. So the most important initiative in the fight against crime, it seems to me, is what I call the bookends of crime. The prevention of crime, rehabilitation. Now, a short water investment doesn't speak to prevention or rehabilitation. It speaks to, not even detection. Not even detection. Not even detection. It's not even detection. Because, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't speak to detection either. Right? Because by the time the shot is detected, it would have been fired. Right? It would have been fired. And therefore, so the next step then would be to go and find out what happened, and then move. Well, yeah. So let's accept that it is an investment in the detection of crime. And what I'm saying to you is that wouldn't it make more sense? I think that speaks to your policy initiative that perhaps rehabilitation, but prevention is of less importance than detection. I say it may speak to that. So that is what I say, Mr. So choices, you all speak to that. You all could speak to that. You all speak to that, right? Choices and priorities. Right? So, Speaker. So, Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, it is what I call, and the member for Angleston spoke eloquently to it, that we have a more serious, larger issues that underpins what I call the reformation of law enforcement agencies, right? And I join with her in reminding us the work that Dr. Bernard Nottage did in this regard, particularly as it relates to the Department of Correctional Services. Because that was a transformation of Her Majesty's Prison from a penal institution to a correctional institution. And that was his passion. And he worked at it assiduously. And the thrust of his work, and his thrust to his work, was to minimize and to eradicate as best he can, or reduce to what I call the irreducible minimum, recidivism, getting people going back into prison, and that was his work. And one of the last pieces of the puzzle was the parole system, which he was unable to complete, or we were unable to complete, but I know was left there for completion. And I would invite the government to pick that up as well, right? And pick that up as well to see how that. And so, Mr. Speaker,
in respect to the amendments before us, we support, Mr. Speaker, we support in principle
Honorable members,
the bills before this House today,
honorable
specifically
members,
the Correctional Services Amendment Bill and the Defense Amendment Bill. And to
honorable
understand
members,
what is
the member for Ken Island has the floor.
we understand what is being achieved here, the alignment of retirement age between the enforcement agencies, which is commendable, but yet there's still a lot to be done. The member spoke about the John Higgs matter and quoted from the Privy Council decision, where it was remarked that the constitutional rights of the individual is not left at the gate of Fox Hill. When he goes in, he carries it everything. And it was Lord Steen in the dissenting judgment. It was a dissenting judgment. It was a divided court, Privy Council, in respect of issues that were raised before them, which is a constitutional issue on the question of the death penalty. And it was said then, and it obtains today, the conditions of the prison. And it's not just the prison itself. It is the prison, the correction officers, the training of these correctional officers, because there's a mindset as well. They had to convert from a penal institution to a correctional institution, and where that training is continuing to ensure that it is about rehabilitation and not penalizing. That is what I call the key thrust of the conversion and the transformation of Her Majesty's prison. Also at the Defense Force, I was happy to hear the member from North Abaco just allude to some of what the vision was for the Defense Force, as was then enunciated by Sir Lyndon Tindley. I think the Defense Force was well on achieving that complete vision, but somewhere along the line, it's been lost. So when the member for Mount Rye talked about the depletion, for example, in the engineering department, I don't know whether there's a depletion of the engineering department, but it seemed to me, and for what has been brought to my attention, is that the deployment of officers, and that's basically not a political issue, it's a management issue at the Defense Force level. He's not the manager, he's the director. So that's why I say it's not at his level. It's the management, unless they get involved, unless you have what I call a policy paper to give to them to tell them how they ought to deal with matters. But this deployment, for example, you have an air wing. So we had the pilots. They deploy someplace else, not in the air wing. So the question is, and the Defense Force ought to be reflective. The Defense Force ought to be reflective of the what I call the essential services of the country, and Defense Force officers ought to be, in the case of emergency, ready to fill in the event that is required. But then again, that requires a full and complete training, both professionally and technically, of your officers and your Marine Corps. And so, again, that is the vision that has to be done, and we need to ensure
that officers with the particular skills are put in the Department of the Defense Force where those skills could be utilized, as opposed to now there has to be some there will be some what I call cross familiarization of that person about the Defense Force. But if he is a pilot, then he should be in the air wing. Yes, he should know something about the boats and the other departments, but his primary duty ought to be there, as opposed to and that is some of the things that's happening at the Defense Force as I understand it today. Again, I'm sure that they are Defense Force officers would be pleased to know that they'll be able to stay on for much longer than they are, and quite right that time has reached the point where when you think about life expectancy and what we are able to do now, the age that we are able to do it, and it is expected. It is expected that the laws ought to reflect that which one can do as we move on in life. And so, Mr. Speaker, as we have indicated that we support in principle the compendium of bills, and we will just ask government to look at some of the other issues that impact these departments, the Defense Force, and the correctional services, so that they could become more effective and more and contribute more to what I call the common good, with them executing their duties as they were originally intended to do. I thank them.
Thank you, honorable member. As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Tall Pines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pleasure, as usual, Mr. Speaker, to stand in this place to speak on behalf of the people of Tall Pines, and as I always say, every other week, by extension, the people of the Bahamas. Speaker, I don't intend to be long because I know we are all anxious to pass these bills and to move on. But I want to, Mr. Speaker, just briefly congratulate the Minister of National Security and the member for Mount Moriah, my neighboring constituency, and the people and officers, staff of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force and the correction service and our nation, Mr. Speaker. I wish to start off, Mr. Speaker, by thanking the people of Tall Pines for this opportunity and to remind them and to say on behalf of them to our, particularly, Mr. Speaker, as we speak to and celebrate our defense or armed officers, to give our total respect to our officers who served today and the officers who served in the past. Just a few days ago, Mr. Speaker, we celebrated Remembrance Day. While that ceremony did not go as it traditionally does due to COVID-19, we nonetheless in this Commonwealth still remembered and we still showed our respect for those persons who have served in the past and for those people who are serving today. And so this bill comes at a very, very good time, to use a simple term, to remind us of the people who serve daily for us. And so I would like to start by saying that Tall Pines will definitely be supporting this compendium of bills and to say that we congratulate our officers who would benefit from it. Speaker, I also wish at this time to give my condolences to all the persons who may have passed away in the Tall Pines constituency, to their families. Also to our colleague here in the House of Assembly, the member for Central and South Eleuthera, Mr. Hank Johnson, in the passing of his mother-in-law. We gave them our condolences. Mr. Speaker, we also celebrated the life of a former Minister of National Security who would have gave his contribution to our national protection, the late Honorable Dal Rule. We want to give our condolences to his family also. And also another great person who would have served our country, our brother and colleague in this house, Mr. Member from Mount Moriah, his father, Mr. Dames, who had a distinguished career on the Royal Bahamas Police Force. I want to say to his sisters, one of who is in my constituency. I want to give them my condolences. The Speaker, the Zonta Club, I listened with great admiration to the member for Foxhill as she spoke to us to remember the necessity and the importance of women serving in our armed forces and reminding us of the greatness she as a young Bahamian did in the years past in her sports career and as she continued to do in this country, Mr. Speaker. And so I want to salute the Zonta Club, who you had the privilege, Mr. Speaker, in your constituency just a few days ago of hosting. I want to let them know the Zonta Club organization that not only Nassau Village supports you and Foxhill supports you, but the entire Bahamas, indeed, for sure, the Bahamian people. Mr. Speaker and Tall Pines. Mr. Speaker, I listened and I wondered, and I was scratching my head as I listened to the member for Centerville. I know that he isn't here now, but I wondered if he really was listening to the bills and what the bills seek to do as he gave his almost normal speeches with regards to the dangling the carrots, etc. But I don't say that for my colleagues to laugh, right? But I wonder if he really listened to what the bill spoke to, and the fact that the bill, and I respect, and the member for Senator would know that I totally respect him. But the fact, Mr. Speaker, is that this bill is an important bill. This bill speaks to how we could how we could reform our two agencies, and how we could keep on officers we could recruit earlier, and how we could keep officers on to continue to serve and contribute to these very, very important organizations. And so the dangling of the carrot and so forth, I really don't see where that came in. But I just want to remind the members of the Centerville constituency and indeed the entire Bahamas that our intent as we debate these bills is to revisit existing acts and to find ways in which we could make them better to serve the members of the correction services, better to serve the members of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, and indeed, Mr. Speaker, any organization within the civil service and within our country. And this is something, Mr. Speaker, that we said that we would do. We said, Mr. Speaker, that we will carry out certain duties. And I want to just remind him and others that we talk about Texas, this is something that we could take another box to. We could take another box, Mr. Speaker. We promised, Mr. Speaker, and this bill speaks that we promised that we will address the crime issue. We not only addressed it by causing the reduction of crime and the fear of crime, notwithstanding what the member for Cat Island says, reducing crime and the fear of crime, but what we did is we brought down the crime rate. We take that, Mr. Speaker. And education, we promised that we will advance education. The University of Bahamas, BAMSI, BTVI, free. Take that, Mr. Speaker. We could take the promises we made with regards to works. We see a huge project being done throughout the Bahamas. I see North Anderson, the Berry Islands, smiling. Bridges, roads, Cat Island, pipes were finally laid in Cat Island, Mr. Speaker. Pipes were finally laid in Long Island, Mr. Speaker. You could take that box. You could, I'm getting to that. You could take, I'm not going to forget that. You could take, Mr. Speaker, I'm just speaking to these people who were saying that, we're dangling carrots. You could take the box, Mr. Speaker, with Eleuthera and the works that's happening in Eleuthera. We could take the box, Mr. Speaker, with Michael. We talked about land reform. The Prime Minister's one of the things that he was passionate about, the member for Kalani. Went over there and put in the hands of those residents their papers. And we plan and we talk about the land reform we're doing in Nassau, in New Providence, in terms of making land available in the Carmichael area and so forth. And so, Mr. Speaker, we could take that box. We could take, Mr. Speaker, what we're doing in Freeport. We said that we would not forget the people of Grand Bahama. And we made the hard choice, Mr. Speaker. We made the hard choice as we're doing here, notwithstanding our financial position. We made a decision to fulfill a promise, to look after our officers at the Correctional Center, to look after our officers at the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. And so, Mr. Speaker, we decided that we're going to bite the bullet and cause the Freeport, the Grand Bahama economy to turn around. in purchasing the hotels. And if it hadn't been for the storm, Mr. Speaker, and even COVID, I would submit, Mr. Speaker, that Grand Bahama would have been moving even stronger ahead, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, we also, and I'm going to end on this because there's a lot of boxes to be ticked, but particularly as the Member of Parliament for Tall Pines, we promised, this Prime Minister promised, this Member of Parliament promised, Mr. Speaker, among other things, we promised that we're going to have a community center. We tick that box. We promised that we would make sure that we work with our association. We tick that box because we work with them constantly. We said that, Mr. Speaker, that we're going to make sure, Mr. Speaker, we're going to make sure that the residents of Tall Pines in the surrounding areas, the whole New Providence, that they could breathe better, that their properties will stop being devalued because of the landfill, that their lives are in danger, their properties in danger because of the landfill. Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister, this member, a Minister for the Environment, for Yamakro, and this Member of Parliament, we decided that we're going to tick that box also, Mr. Speaker. And so the landfill issue is addressed. I say that, Mr. Speaker, to say that we made promises to the Bahamian people. We made promises to the Defense Force officers. We made promises to the correctional officers. And we've decided, Mr. Speaker, that this time, notwithstanding what we're going through now, that we're going to fulfill those promises. And so, Mr. Speaker, these bills, I think there's no need, Mr. Speaker, to speak in detail as to the amendments, because there's only a few amendments, meaningful amendments. But just to say with respect to the correction bill, Mr. Speaker, just to remind the Bahamian people that this bill, the amendments, it seeks to amend the Correctional Services Act of 2014 to extend the retirement age of subordinate correction officers from 50 to 55. The bill also, Mr. Speaker, makes clear and provides for the compulsory retirement of certain correction officers. Mr. Speaker, the minister spoke extensively to that, Mr. Speaker, but the key point I want to reiterate is that there was need for reform, and this bill speaks to our commitment to bringing about those reforms, Mr. Speaker. And so, just as we're going to do with the Defense Amendment Bill, which objective, Mr. Speaker, is to extend the term of enlistment to 30 years of service, and also to repeal and replace Section 18 of the Act to increase the years of service and the re-engagement of the force. Mr. Speaker, what we're doing here is giving persons the opportunity to join the Defense Force at an early age. We're also giving the opportunity for persons who have given service to these organizations to be able to stay with the service and to be able to lend that experience that they've gained. We know, Mr. Speaker, that the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, for example, is, I've read that it's one of the largest naval forces in the Commonwealth Caribbean. And obviously it has different sections or different, I don't know, I'm not sure of the terms, but different arms of that organization. But can you imagine, Mr. Speaker, these officers in the Royal Bahamas Defense Force who are being trained, Mr. Speaker. I was marveled to learn that they're being trained with Navy SEALs in warfare. They're being trained with the British Royal Marines, Mr. Speaker. And our officers go to the UK and to Canada and other places to train. Imagine a young 50-year-old, Mr. Speaker. I'm not 50 yet, but I know, and I saw the member of Cat Island speaking to what older persons could do now. But I think 50 is more middle age, right? Imagine, Mr. Speaker, being trained with Navy SEALs of the United States, being trained with Her Majesty's Royal Marines, being trained in the Canada and the United, wherever. And at 50, Mr. Speaker, not being able to continue to serve, to be able to lend that support to the younger officers. I think, Mr. Speaker, if we continue in this, if we continue, we'll be losing so much. Our young officers will be losing so much. And if they lose so much, Mr. Speaker, I'll put it to you that this nation loses. And so I would put it to everyone that we're making the right decision. We're making an important decision. We're making a decision, Mr. Speaker, that can only speak well for the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. That can only speak well for the correctional services. And yes, Mr. Speaker, we know, somebody mentioned that so often we forget about the correction officers. We so often forget about the necessity and the importance of what they do in making sure that those who have committed crimes and are sentenced, that they're not only get that punishment, if I may use that term, but they also get the opportunity to be rehabilitated. And those officers, a key aspect of their job is the issue of rehabilitation. Unlike the defense force officers who are being trained for so many years, in so many countries, if we could retain, Mr. Speaker, that experience there at the prison services, then I would submit, Mr. Speaker, that we would be able to tackle more aggressively, more meaningfully. We'd be able to address the retention issues in our country. And as a result, our streets will be safer, our country will be safer, and we'll be able to continue to experience the decrease in crime that we've experienced over the last few years. And so, Mr. Speaker, as we're doing in Tall Pines and supporting the member from Mount Moriah and the Royal Bahamas Police Force and Defense Force, in terms, particularly as regards to the initiative with Crime Watch Association. That's last week, Mr. Speaker. 2 weeks ago, I was a guest speaker at the Fire Trail Road Association that covers the whole Fire Trail Road area. And I spoke about my commitment, Mr. Speaker. Just this week, we have put up signs, Mr. Speaker. There were some wooden signs in various areas of Tall Pines that were put up 2 days before election. But we've decided that we're going to adhere to our commitment to them. I said I'm going to adhere to that commitment. That we've now put up cement proper signs in Ross Davis Estate, proper signs in Campbell Estate, proper signs in Hunts Close. And we've promised to continue to do that throughout our community, because when the police force comes for crime, it makes it easier for them to identify when the ambulances and so et cetera comes. It makes it easier for them to be able to reach those citizens, to be able to reach those persons that need it when proper signs on our communities. Mr. Speaker, I would just like to end by saying to the people of Tall Pines, we promised that we could address the landfill issue, and we did that. We promised that we'll address your needs in education, and we've done that as a party with our commitment to UWI and other institutions. We continue in our own constituency to have our homework center open, our community center open. Just this week, Mr. Speaker, we have committed, I heard him talk, we have members speaking about the iPads or the devices for schools. We use our constituency funds, Mr. Speaker, to buy thousands of dollars to buy these devices. And we've already yesterday started to give them out. Like other members, we have committed to helping the Ministry of Education reach out to our students to make sure that they have those devices. Mr. Speaker, we are working together as a community in Tall Pines to make our residents more in tune of the benefits that could be had from this government. And so, Mr. Speaker, even during this COVID time, I want to say to them that we will always be here for you. This F&M government will be here for you. Your member of parliament will be here for you. And I want to remind them on the 23rd, Mr. Speaker, we will be doing our Thanksgiving, continue to do our COVID assistance. We'll be giving our Thanksgiving breakfast in Strong's Hill on the 23rd, 24th, Victoria Gardens in the morning, High Tree Estate on the 25th, from 7 to 9 in the parks in those various communities. So we're trying to help you as you struggle or have your challenges for some persons during this COVID time. But we want to just say, adhere to the policies that the government has put in place with respect to distancing, wearing your mask, not having huge gatherings, etc. And if you do that, we think that our community, you will be safe, your family will be safe, and this community, this nation will be safe. So the Speaker, Tall Pines, rest on these notes that we do support the Defense Amendment Bill 2020. We do support the Correctional Services Amendment Bill 2020. And we encourage the member from Mount Moriah and the members and service officers of those two great organizations, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force and the Bahamas Correctional Services, to continue to do a great job. Tall Pines supports your efforts. The Bahamas supports your efforts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Southern Shore.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. 21 years ago, Mr. Speaker, I had the honor and privilege to serve as the executive chairman of the Police Staff Association. At that time, Mr. Speaker, the then Foxhill Her Majesty's Prison and Royal Bahamas Defense Force did not have associations. As a matter of fact, I think the Defense Force Act prevents them from having an association, but now the Department of Corrections has an association. And so then, as comrades in arms, I reached out to those two entities. I assisted in the establishing, we assisted in the establishing of the association at the Department of Corrections, and we represented the views and concerns of members of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. 21 years ago, this piece of this compendium of legislation amendments were a concern at that time, 21 years ago. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the people of Southern Shores to allow me to be able to be here on such an historic day to say that I support these amendments because I know firsthand what they mean to the persons who they would affect. If I have any regret, Mr. Speaker, it would be that it's coming 21 years late and we would have lost so much experience. We would have lost so much dedicated and committed officers who, simply because they didn't make it to another rank. Mr. Speaker, I joined the police force in June of '86. My roommate was Adrian Curry. His number is 43, I'm 40. He made it to the rank of superintendent. I made it to sergeant. Because of the difference in rank, he will be able to serve until he is 60. Had I remained, I would have been entering pre-retirement leave now. Both of us, same age, both of us, same training, both of us, the same level of commitment and passion for the job, but simply because of the difference in rank, we would not have been able to complete our careers together. And so this compendium of bills, Mr. Speaker, is allowing for persons who still have the zeal, for persons who still have the willingness, for persons who still have that compassion to go ahead and serve their country in their chosen profession and not have to look for another job at a time when they should be winding down. I support this wholeheartedly. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy for both institutions and for what this will do for them. I'm reminded, and I will paraphrase, I think it's 1 John 2:14, and I'm paraphrasing, it says, "Old man, I call you because you know your way, and young man, I call you because you're strong." This verse suggests that it is important to have the two together, to work together. And so this bill, these amendments are allowing for that to happen. And I'm happy and pleased to be here. I won't be long, but Mr. Speaker, I don't want to preempt the good Minister for National Security, my brother from Mount Moriah, but I refuse to stand and let Cat Island get away with the suggestion that the investment in equipment, the investment in tools is not contributing to the reduction in crime. Listen. Yeah, that's what I interpret from it. That's what I interpret from it. Mr. Speaker, and what is,
Chair recognizes the honorable member for the Exumas and Ragged Island on a point of order.
I started listening intently to the member for Cat Island, member for Southern Shore, suggesting that he said that an investment in tools doesn't fight crime. Nothing could be further.
I didn't say doesn't fight. I said doesn't prevent.
The Speaker, the member for Southern Shores is misquoting the member for Cat Island. And I only ask that if he quotes the member, that he be more specific and not be misleading.
Mr. Speaker, the good member for Cat Island is on record of singling out Shot Spotter and suggesting, well, he made it clear that Shot Spotter will detect the shot after it is fired, and he wanted more emphasis. He wanted more emphasis on the prevention. And he wanted more emphasis on the prevention. And he wanted more emphasis on the prevention. Well, let me help the good member for Cat Island and all those who seek to defend him, Mr. Speaker. Let me help them. There are two sets of fears on the question of crime. There are those persons who fear that they may be the victim of a crime. But I want persons within my hearing to also understand that perpetrators of crime also have a fear. And their fear is of being caught. And so, Mr. Speaker, when they know that there is a tool out there that is going to assist with them being caught, because what happens, Mr. Speaker, ShotSpotter says with the greatest accuracy, these are the coordinates where a shot was fired. Police head there quickly. Now, while Mr. Crook, who fired the shots, is trying to escape, CCTV, that this government, increasing the number of CCTV, is catching all the movements in those areas, Mr. Speaker. The drones, Mr. Speaker, that this administration, under the leadership of my brother from Mount Moriah, is spending money on, is in the air. It's in the air. And so, Mr. Speaker, the criminals and the would-be criminals are also paying attention to what tools and equipment the police have to detect them, to seek them out, to catch them. And knowing this, Mr. Speaker, causes many of them to reconsider, Mr. Speaker. And so I will not have anyone stand in here and give the impression that the investment in tools and equipment does not assist in prevention of crime. It does just that. And Mr. Speaker, to prove the point, the good member for Cat Island spent so much time on the rehab program at the Department of Correction. Good program, and I support everything that he said. But if you hear the first part of his argument, you will also be able to throw back at him. This rehab takes place after the crime was committed. But no, the same rehab reduces the likelihood of that particular individual reoffending because there's been a change of his mindset. These tools, Mr. Speaker, CCTV, drones, spot shutter, these neighborhood watches, they all contribute to a mindset of the would-be criminal that contributes to the prevention, thus the reduction, and thus the 3 years that I've spoken about with reduced numbers. Southern Shores supports these.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many? Chair recognizes the Honorable Member from Mount Moriah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much, Brother Southern Shores. Before I wrap up, Mr. Speaker, I would like to just say to all of those who would have offered words of condolences to me and my family on the passing of my father, the side officer, the member for Cat Island, who would have known him really well because we all grew up in the same area down in the valley there. And my cousin, the member for Angleton, and my colleagues, brothers and sisters on the same side. I see Exuma, I mean, Exuma, what do you say, Exuma? What do you say? My cousin and I, we have these breakups every now and again. No, we have these but I love it to death. I just want you to know that. I love it to death. It goes deep. It goes extremely deep. But this was, as we wrap up this evening, this has been a really, really non-contentious day. I see Southern Shores at to get some to set the record straight. You know, we as a government, when we came into office, we said that we have a plan. And one can, no, but before I say that, just let me say this. I started off by giving condolences to the family of Darrell Rose, former minister with responsibility for national security. I just happened to be in the force during his time in office, which was, I believe, was 1990, between 1990 and 1992. Since then, we had developed a rapport between us, and every time we saw each other, we had a conversation. I could recall at that time when he served that he served well. And I listened to some of the comments about the previous minister, Bernard Nottage, and I was a little perplexed because I didn't know how we got there, because nothing was ever said negative about the former minister, whom I also admire, and I believe his father too was also a police officer, because I was one of those who wrote the modern history of the Royal Bahamas Police Force, and he was an exceptional detective during his time and very respected and would have left a legacy. But even closer to that, there are some relations through my wife, and so I have come to know, some sides of the family very, very, very closely. So I have the utmost respect for it. I believe that every minister who would have served in some capacity in every ministry would have done something in the furtherance of that ministry. And so we commend them. But we are now the servant government of the day, Mr. Speaker. And we have to account for our stewardship. So under the leadership of the member for Kalani, we have done a significant amount of work. We're not there yet. A significant amount of work to advance all of these agencies, certainly under my remit. And if I were to speak to the prison, I was just showing some photos not too long ago, Mr. Speaker, to some of my colleagues that was here. This is a picture of what should we just go? I wish I could have. This is the prison of. This is a picture of maximum security. You can see it. I mean, you guys can see it, right? That's maximum security. That's a picture of maximum security. Let me find another one. I don't want to. That's a picture.
Hold it to the camera so that they can zoom in.
Okay, you can zoom it in. Okay, that's one of the wings of maximum security. We can see it. Okay, we can see it, right? One of the wings. That's a before picture. Okay. That's an after picture of one of the wings of maximum security. That's an after picture with air conditioning and fan. Okay? With air conditioning and fan. Okay? So, Mr. Speaker, why am I saying all of it? You see the air conditioning? They got the cool air conditioning, they have fan and everything else. Now, the before picture, see, that's another shot right there. That's another shot. That's another shot, after shot, of one of the wings of maximum security. Okay? See, you see the air conditioner? There. So the fella's getting a little breeze on that wing. All right? That's the before shot. Okay, that's the before shot. Now That transformation, Mr. Speaker, took place in about a year's time. Okay? And they're working on other ways of maximum security. The before shot would have been in existence since that structure was built. And so we're talking decades, okay? And in less than a year, Mr. Speaker, there is the transformation. Is that the fix? No, it's not, Mr. Speaker. It's far from it. But it's an improvement from where they were, okay? Significant improvement. You see, this structure that we refer to as maximum security will never and should never be considered a permanent structure for the prison. This has outlived its time decades ago. Because there is no facility within this building or the structure for permanent toilets. And so the inmates are still relegated to using slop buckets. There is something they call slopping. I would have spoken to it during the last budget debate and what we're doing to rectify the problem. All right? So they're still putting feces in bags and throwing them on the back of trucks and taking them away. So this is a short-term fix. Although it looks good, it is a short-term fix. It cannot be a long-term fix. So what is the long-term fix? Sure, Mr. Speaker, we can sit back and say, well, we have no monies to do anything, so whatever it is, it is. But we have since formed a committee, all right, to investigate this thoroughly so that we can come back as a government and say, we can possibly construct a modern-day rehabilitation facility through a public-private partnership. Because we can't continue to say the money ain't there when we know that it is necessary. You see, Mr. Speaker, we can talk about legislation, we can talk about rehabilitation, we can talk about parole. But there was a guy named Maslow. And if you don't address those basic needs, rehabilitation, probation, and everything else don't make no sense. You can't tell a fella, I am going to rehabilitate you. But while I'm rehabilitating you, you have to go back to your half pen at the end of the day and sleep and do everything else. Rehabilitation ain't possible. It ain't gonna happen. So we have to put things in its true perspective. Yes? And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to try and finish up here. That what we're doing is that we're taking a methodical approach, a research-driven approach, a scientific approach to addressing the issues within the confines of Her Majesty's prison. Okay? So we have a lot of we talk about farming. We've been talking about farming for a long time. Say they're growing pigs and they're growing farming at Her Majesty's prison. But there's no evidence to say how effective or whether it was effective. Okay? So what we have done, Mr. Speaker, is that we have put together a committee in concert with the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, and we are looking at the land there, and we are scientifically finding a way where the prison can feed itself, self-sufficiency. We can't be spending $400,000 a year on just bread for the inmates. Okay? We have to find a way to cut back on the spending. We have close to 2,000 persons incarcerated. Why can't we take the 2,000 persons incarcerated, teach them the skills, and in the meantime, allow them the opportunity to farm and cook to feed themselves? The Bahamian people will love that. We can continue to cut the budget at Her Majesty's prison. And that's what we're doing. To date, Mr. Speaker, we would have trained 319 inmates through BTVI. And this is not a program designed specifically for the prison. When these individuals are released, they can take that BTVI certificate and they can go anywhere to get a job, because it doesn't say for the prison. This is the training that BTVI provides to other groups throughout the country. And so our goal is to train at least 600 persons in computers and barbering, right? And masonry and carpentry, and you name it. It's there. And tailor, you name it. It's there. And so that is our goal. We have also trained, Mr. Speaker, well over 100, close to 200 prison officers. Because what we're saying is we're trying to refine the prison, but we're also putting in technology to ensure that we can track the progress of these inmates. Okay, so there is an inmate management system. So every inmate, once they step into the prison, the goal is they will be tracked from the time they enter to the time they leave. Okay, and so that they are developed along the way. And so, yes, there are some things that we would have taken away. There's a bill on parole that we're working on, and it was started by the previous administration, but there's some things that we had to do. We had a conclave on it, and hopefully, very shortly, before the next fiscal period, we're able to lay that parole bill. We have some work being done on that now. But there are things like communication systems that the prison never had. Okay, you can imagine a facility, a law enforcement facility, without proper communication system that they're just only getting for the first time. These are the things that we're working on. We're working on state-of-the-art screening systems. Okay, so that, when you walk in now, the technology will be able to find whatever it is you're hiding, wherever it is you're hiding it. Okay, and so we're working on upgrading the institution for the inmates and the employees as well, for both. Okay, we're working on the personnel side of it, training, and you would have heard from the Minister of Public Service. Unfortunately, unlike the police force, the prison system is a part of the public service, so that's why promotion takes a little longer. But I have been informed by the minister that they're almost done, and so the staff at VDOC, senior and junior, should be excited that something should be breaking soon. But we are working with the Office of the Attorney General to find the best way, the most expedient way, in creating a commission for the Department of Correction. And so that commission, hopefully, should be coming shortly. But Mr. Speaker, there is no secret. From the day we came into office, we've been meeting with the Prison Association. I've been through 3 presidents already. Okay? And so we've been having ongoing meetings with the Prison Association, keeping them abreast of how we're progressing. Everything in the name of transparency, Mr. Speaker. All right? Everything in the name of transparency. So that is what we're doing. And what is taking place at the prison now, all right, and the time that we've been in office is a complete transformation. And I commend Commissioner Murphy and his team for the work that they're doing. We talk about beds, we had budgeted during the last budget period, I believe it was, must be $1 million, for beds that we were going out to purchase. All right. We said we could cut costs. All right. And that's, the commissioner did that. And so they designed a bed, they made a bed, and they showed it to us, and it was perfect. And so they are making beds internally, but they had to make hundreds of beds. They had to make hundreds of beds because the inmates were on the floor. Okay? And so this is what this government is doing. All right? Because we have to account, cousin, for our stewardship. And I commend everyone who would have come before and the foundation and the council. But but what I am saying, and that's what I am not disputing. But what I am saying is I am speaking to our stewardship. Right? No, I'm listening to her. I'm listening. I listen to God. I'm speaking to our stewardship, because we have to account for our time in office. Okay? We have to account for our time in office. Now, let me conclude, because I know it's been a long day. This wasn't a contentious day, none whatsoever. But, you know, I mean, if you would have watched the news tonight, you would have seen that we would have taken receipt of the first shipment of drones. Now, my brother, no, you ain't jumped the gun. You're speaking from your experience and which is good. So it's kind of short, you know, I could be a little abbreviated. But, you know, and the drones, and my brother would have, Sutton Shores would have touched on this quite a bit. You know, when we came into office, we said this, that we will take a multi-agency, a multi-dimensional, and holistic approach, Mr. Speaker, to the way we deal with crime. So what did we do? We put in place a crime council, which is reflective of every sector of society in this country, and it's headed by Dr. David Allen, a noted Bahamian psychiatrist and a professional and a true Bahamian, all right, who believes in this country. And I had the opportunity when I was a young man in the police force to serve with Dr. Allen on the National Drug Council. And I saw his commitment and drive. And we developed a bond from there, and it continued from that point on. And Dr. Allen is doing some amazing studies. You know, we talk about studies from all over the world. There are some Bahamians in this country who are doing some brilliant studies that we can take away from and build on and develop programs. And that Crime Council has done a significant job. And you'll hear more about it as we move forward. But I'd say it's reflective of all sectors of society. All right? And then we have the National Neighborhood Watch Council, who are ordinary Bahamians, who believe in community and who believe in this country, who are doing an amazing job. I had the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, because I represent the community of Mount Moriah, to go into what we refer to as a community ComStat. Nothing like it in the world. Community ComStat. What is a community ComStat? The divisional commander, who is Chief Superintendent Barrett at the South Central Police Station, or the Grove Police Station, okay? He meets on a monthly basis with all the neighborhood watch programs, the president, in his policing district. He meets with them, and he gives them a breakdown of all the crimes that would have occurred that month in their community. So if you live in the Grove and you have a neighborhood watch, he would say, well, the Grove Last month, the month in review, you had 5 break-ins, house break-ins. You had 6 shop break-ins, 2 stolen vehicles, 1 breaking into vehicles. All right? And together, collectively, they devised ways and plans to mitigate it for next month, the following month. And so I was invited to one of the meetings that I sat in with Chief Superintendent Barrett and the presidents of those neighborhood watches within his policing district. And of course, the communities I represent is Yellow Elder, Millennium Gardens, and Stapleton Gardens. And each of those presidents had an opportunity to speak to how they and their communities were dealing with the crimes in their area. Stapleton, for example, have a problem with people stealing gas tanks. Laquelle Johnson and her team have done a tremendous job in actually breaking down where the gas tanks were being stolen, right? Time of day, day of week, right? And where were the gas tanks purchased and when were they purchased? Spreadsheets and everything else. And they were able, Mr. Speaker, working with the police, to arrest some persons as a result of the work that they have been doing. This is an example of community policing at its best. Okay? That's right. And crime prevention. Millennium had no crimes that month. So Mr. Jason Fitzgerald and his team celebrated. They were excited. And he put something out in his group. Guys, we had no crime during this month. We have to keep the full court press going. That is why, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the crime trends over the last few years in community in relation to house break-ins and shop break-ins, that they have been declining year in, year out in double digits. Right? And that is not by any happenstance. It's by deliberate planning, by ordinary behemoths who continue to give of their best. And we have behemoths who are co-chairs of the NNWC. So they're driving it. All right? They're driving it. Ms. Hart and Mr. Keno Wong. All right? I can call names left, right, and center. These are ordinary behemoths who are driving these programs and doing a tremendous job. Ms. Alicia Hart and Keno Wong, who are the current co-chairs. All right? And so there is so much going on the ground. So much is happening. And you see, Mr. Speaker, we have to be careful when we make comments and we don't do our homework. Or we're being misinformed by persons who may have kind of some different agendas. And all of us could be guilty of it from time to time. But let me share this story with you. Just recently, the Bahamas, the Royal Bahamas Police Force and the NNWC, all right, were the winners of, let me see, I need my glasses. All right. 2020 award winner for leadership and community policing. The best in the world. The best in the world. Large agency. They had 3 agencies. They had small agency, they had medium-sized agency, and they had large agency, IAACP. Okay? The best community program in the world. And when it was announced, Mr. Speaker, and to hear it being announced in the United States, small program, this little agency, medium program, and for the large program, Royal Bahamas Police Force, NNWC. The best community policing program in the world, Mr. Speaker. And guess what's happening now? We have countries and police forces from around the world, from throughout the region and around the world, who are now calling on the Bahamas to come to see what they are doing or what we are doing. Are we there yet, Mr. Speaker? Have we arrived? We're far from it. But, Mr. Speaker, just let me conclude by saying this, and in respect to these bills, that no matter what we do, whether it's the acquisition of new technology and modern technology, and to Sutton Shaw's point, you know, you buy a drone, you have short spotter. I could tell you countless stories. There was a story where a lady was robbed at gunpoint. Her life was threatened. Okay? She thought that she was going to die. All right? The guy had the gun to her face, ready to pull the trigger. She had to surrender everything. He decides to leave, and so he got his back. He shoots a shot in the air. The nearest car, all the cars on the island were notified. The police respond immediately. Now imagine if ShotSpotter wasn't there. No one was going to respond. By the time they responded, no one was there. Police responded, medium firing in the air. And then he decided that he wants to fire at them. You want me to tell you more stories like that? You want me to tell you stories? You want me to tell you stories, Mr. Speaker? You want to hear stories where people fired off shots and the police responded and caught them in the act? Where they shot people and the police responded and caught them in the act? Sometimes I joke with the commissioner and his man, and I said that there are some who say we shouldn't have ShotSpotter. It's, oh, no, Minister, don't start that now. We want to expand this program because it's saving lives and it's helping us with our policing strategy because now we know how many shots are fired in a particular area during a particular time of day or time of night. And so we can shape our patrols to counter that. You see? So what I'm saying here, Mr. Speaker, this is a plan. Okay? When we purchase an equipment, a piece of technology, we ain't purchasing that because they say it's good. We're purchasing that to add to the puzzle. All right? And when we add to that puzzle, and once we complete that puzzle, Mr. Speaker, then you have a full picture of what we're talking about. And so technology is only a piece of the puzzle. But our biggest piece, Mr. Speaker, is the human component. And that's why we are here today. That's why we are here today, to celebrate and to pay respect and homage to the human component. And so we are honoring the men and women of law enforcement, the Bahamas Department of Corrections, and the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, that this is only part of it. We ain't there yet. We got more for you, all right? We know that we have to build capacity and capability. We know that we have to invest in our human resources. Because we can buy all the equipment we want. We can buy all the boats and planes and everything else that we want. If we don't invest in the human component, human component, there ain't nothing. What do you say? What do you say, Seabreeze? What do you say, Marathon? So, Mr. Speaker, it's time for us to go. But I thank the side opposite and all in here today for supporting this. The men and women of law enforcement, thank you. The men and women of law enforcement appreciate what you're doing for them. God bless you all. God bless the men and women of law enforcement. God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you so much.
Honorable members, I have to do the first. Honorable members, it has been moved unseconded, that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the law relating to the retirement of subordinate correctional officers and for connected matters. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to the retirement of subordinate correctional officers and for connected matters.
For the second reading in committee.
And read for second reading of the Defense Force Amendment Bill
Yes.
and committal, sorry.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the law relating to the enlistment and retirement. It seems to be truncated. The Defense Amendment Bill 2020. As many as are in favor remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to enlistment and retirement.
For the second reading and committal of bills. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, there are no further second readings, and at this time, Mr. Speaker, I will move that the business of this House to continue beyond 7 p.m. tonight.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the business of this House to extend beyond the 7 p.m. hour. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. It is ordered that the business of this House will extend beyond the 7 p.m. hour. Committee of the whole House. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, I do now move that the House resolves itself into committee of the whole with the Deputy Speaker in the chair.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the House now dissolve itself into a committee of the whole House with the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee of the whole House in the chair. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. The House will now dissolve itself into a committee of the whole House with the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee of the whole House in the chair.
Committee of the Whole. Chair recognizes the member for Bamboo Town.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we are going to start with the Correctional Service Bill. There are about 3 typographical errors inside the bill. We believe that these, we do not only believe it is going to be dealt with the slip rule in the Senate. And so I will now move that the long title of the bill for an act to amend the law relating to the retirement of subordinate correctional officers and for connected matters be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I now move that the short title be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that clauses 2 and 3 be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that clause 2 and 3 of the bill be agreed. As many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Clause 2 and 3 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I do move that the bill in its entirety be now agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Mr. Chairman, I do now move to the Defense Amendment Bill. And Mr. Chair, I do move that a bill for an act, that the long title of the bill for for an act to amend the law relating to enlistment and retirement be now agreed.
Been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. If any members that are in favor remain seated, those opposing will rise. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that the short title be agreed.
Been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. If any members that are in favor remain seated, those opposing will rise. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 2 through 4 be now agreed.
Been moved and seconded that clause 2 through 4 of the bill be agreed. If any members that are in favor remain seated, those opposing will rise. Clause 2 through 4 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I do now move that the bill in its entirety be now agreed.
Been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. If any members that are in favor remain seated, those opposing will rise. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Mr. Chairman, I do now move that the Speaker retakes the chair.
Been moved and seconded that the Speaker now will take the chair. If any members that are in favor remain seated, those opposing will rise. Speaker will now take the chair. I beg leave to report that the committee has gone through the bills, making no amendments thereto.
Honorable members, the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee of the Whole House has reported that the whole House has gone through the bills, having made no amendments thereto. Third reading and passing of bills. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Bamboo Town.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the law relating to the retirement of subordinate correctional officers and for connected matters.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and pass. A bill for an act to amend the law relating to the retirement of subordinate correctional officers and for connected matters. As many as in favor will remain seated, those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a third time and pass.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to the retirement of subordinate correctional officers and for connected matters.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof be declared to be the Correctional Services Amendment Act 2020. For the third reading and passing of bills, the Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the law relating to enlistment and retirement.
Just give me a second, let me deal with this technology. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and pass. A bill for an act to amend the law relating to the enlistment and retirement. As many members are in favor will remain seated, those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a third time and pass.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to enlistment and retirement.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof be declared to be the Defense Amendment Act 2020. For the third reading and passing of bills, the Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, there are no further third reading.
Consideration of Senate amendments. Resolutions. Members' statements. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Angliston.
Thank you, Speaker. I know it's late, but I just want to raise a couple issues. And I see the Prime Minister just came in, and perhaps when I'm through, he can give a clarification. The Prime Minister announced several weeks ago, maybe a couple of months ago now, that the urban or the over-the-hill benefits concessions would extend into the Angliston community. We've been keeping in touch with your office, and that has not happened yet. And I'm just wondering when can we expect that, and can I get a briefing on what the issues are so that I can inform the community as to what will be available. But I want to just finish if I can, and then thank you. And then the other thing I want to ask the Minister of Health is here. The clinic in the Grove has been closed for almost 3 years. It's been grossly inconvenient to the people of that community. I am now told that serviced the Angliston community, and now I'm now told that the Blue Hill clinic is also now closed, and so you have a bottleneck at the Fleming Street clinic, and people expressing concerns that so many people are gathering there in the midst of a pandemic. All the clinics are shut down, and it's not all, but those two are shut down, which affects the community. And I'm wondering if he can advise what is going to be happening. When can we expect that in particular the Grove, that's been closed for years now, and that is one of the first clinics in a post-67 Bahamian reality, and it services working class Bahamians who are on foot, and it's been shut down for years. The other thing I want to ask, I see the Minister of Sports is here. I have a wonderful constituent, Mr. O'Neill Williams. He is a marathon athlete. He's been in Kenya for at least the last year, and he's been continuously training. He runs the hills of Kenya. He's from Charles Vincent Street. And I have written on his behalf, and I've spoken on his behalf. I think he is asked, and he's not been able to get assistance from the government. I'm told that RBC has recently generously, private sector, given him something. I don't think it's significant, but it would seem to me an event where Bahamians do not normally compete at the Olympics level. He's trying to qualify, that we want to incentivize, encourage, and support. And I don't see that happening. And I'm wondering if you can advise of the status of that. And to the member for Mount Moriah, I have constituents, reservist officers, I've raised it before. They say to me that they were asked to go into the shelters. And these are senior officers. And I know that the force depends on these reservist officers. They hold it together. They went into the shelters, and they were promised that they would be paid on the regular rate. And they said all they got was some $200, whatever it was, in overtime. And they're very upset about it. They're not going to let it go. And I'm wondering, the Prime Minister is here, whether they can expect to be, what they say is the agreement to be honored. The other thing I want to raise, I have a constituent who continuously messages me. He's a retired prison officer, and I think that's just probably for Garden Hills. He has applied for his gratuity. I think it's been more than a year, and I can get the name for you, but we need, he's hurting. He's hurting. I will get the name and send to you. And then the other thing is I want to say on the issue of tablets, Angliston probably has more schools than any constituency in the country. We have E.P. Roberts, R.M. Bailey, C.H. Rees, Ridgeland Primary. The children who live in the Grove portion go to A.F. Adley, Government High. They go to Yellow Elder or C.W. Sawyer. And then the ones in the Wilson Track area cross over onto Wolf Road, and they go to either Stephen Dillett or Columbus Primary. And so, it's a huge issue. I was pleased to be able to donate 50 to E.P. Roberts yesterday, and we intend to do another, over 200 in total to the schools within the geography of Angliston. But I'd like to know at some point, when can we have clarity as to when the need base will be met? I think all of those schools are doing audits now to see what's being donated from the government, what the government has provided, what's being donated from myself or third parties, and where the gap is. But I want to reiterate that because children are not in school. I was watching, I want to sit down now, but I was watching a documentary I think it was in one of the northern European countries where they have insisted on keeping their schools open. I'm not recommending this. I'm only making a different point. Keeping the schools open because they took the position that this pandemic will not set back a generation. And I only say that to say this. The schools are not open, but can we ensure that the children are not getting, that they are able to access education during this crisis? And so I just leave that to you because I'm very concerned about it. I've raised it before in here. I see it with my own two eyes. Children are plummeting through the cracks, and I pray God that it will not have a long-term effect. And the only last thing I would say is that the member from Mount Moriah mentioned the police, and I commend them. But I wanted to remind you, that's why I said the foundation is so important. The Angliston Urban Renewal Community Policing, and I went with them, the commissioners of the police in the United States of America honored and gave commendation to the Angliston community portion of the urban renewal thing. So they have received honor before this, but it only reiterates the honor that they have seen. But it's very important that we understand that it didn't all begin when they showed up on the scene. No offense, but you know, but there is a history to it. There is a history. But,
Honorable member.
I finished now, Mr.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Pine Ridge.
Thank you. I just wanted to take an opportunity to also add my voices to the condolences.
Oh, I'm sorry, honorable member. There's some response. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Kalani.
Chair, Mr. Speaker, I want to respond to the member's question with respect to, then we would extend the duty exemption. As you know, Mr. Speaker, when we came into office, we made a commitment that we would uplift the poor and try to reduce this income inequality. And we have declared the inner city portions segmentally tax-free, no business license, no real property tax, no customs duty, etc., both on cars, allowing them to build, expand their homes, create businesses or expand their businesses, all tax-free. And we've now tabled the document to extend the boundary to include both St. Barnabas and Angliston. And we intend to proceed with that. I couldn't give it the exact date, but it's tabled already and it will be done. We intend also to include at some point in time areas like Yambia, areas like Fox Hill, segments of Fox Hill, segments of Fort Charlotte, segments of I think Adelaide, but basically all marginalized areas. We intend to give such benefits. And I'm happy to say that, Mr. Speaker, that already within the Baintown and portions of Centerville area, already 50 individuals have applied, taken advantage of $2.5 million in concessions. But we will expand both to Angliston and St. Barnabas.
Chair recognizes the honorable member for Seabreeze.
Oh, it's not on his question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I may, through you, answer the question of the good member for Angliston. With regard to, you said an Olympic person, a prospective Olympic qualifier, Mr. Williams, I don't have any requests on my desk. I've asked Permanent Secretary. I sent a query to the Sports Department to advise me of any particular request in place. However, there is a system and structure in place to assist persons in various categories, elite athletes, persons who are interested in qualifying through the ministry. And so there is a process for it. And it's important that if that person needs assistance, they can reach out to us. What is also important to note is that we work in collaboration with the various or relevant federations and organizations. And so the due diligence in that regard would be done. And any assistance we can provide certainly will be subject to the budgetary constraints. But certainly where we can assist, we will.
Chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member had asked about the Coconut Grove clinic. Mr. Speaker, we in the ministry, we've scoped the Coconut Grove clinic. As the member would probably be aware, the clinic was in an extreme state of disrepair. And when I say extreme state of disrepair, which, Mr. Speaker, is a very godly sum, a very large sum. We are in the process right now, Mr. Speaker, of looking to identify contractors to price the scope of works. And we're going to be looking within the next few months in very short order to commence work at the Coconut Grove Clinic so that the members within that constituency, within that area, can be served by the Ministry of Health.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Mount Moriah.
Mr. Speaker, the member, if you could forward the name of that officer. In respect to the reserves, we had addressed this before, and the police force would have sent to my ministry an outstanding amount that had been owed to the reserves who would have been working those centers. And I took a cabinet paper to cabinet, and cabinet approved the funding. And this was some time ago. So far back I can't even remember. Cabinet had approved the funding. And as far as I'm aware, I thought that this matter would have been resolved. So what I will do now is go back just to see where it's at and to see what needs to be done. Yes.
Thank you. Chair recognizes the honorable member for Pine Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to lend my voice to the chorus of sympathies on behalf of the good and gracious people of Pine Ridge, particularly to the family of the late Honorable Darrell E. Roll. I spent many days preaching in Andros and living on the highway with the Rolls family, even in the days of when his mother was there. So I wanted to convey my sympathy to that family who I'm very familiar with. Also to the minister on the passing of your father, and did you say your father-in-law as well? So you had a double whammy, and so that must be a very hard blow. Please convey my sympathy also to your lovely wife as well. And then also to the Deputy Prime Minister on the passing of his mother, who I knew from I was a little child when she was a teacher at Hawksville Primary School. She wasn't my teacher at the time, but I was in the next classroom next to her. She used to teach first grade, so that would have been some time back. So I would have also been familiar with Mrs. Sylvia Turnquest. And so we want to convey our sympathy to the Deputy Prime Minister, Peter Turnquest, and indeed his siblings as well. And then to the mother-in-law of the Member of Parliament for Saudi Lutra, perhaps watching us now. We want to convey our sympathy to you as well and to your family. And then last but certainly not least, I want to convey my sympathy to the family of Franklin Hill. The name doesn't ring a bell to many folks, but you would have heard about the young man who lost his life in Grand Bahama via a vehicle accident. He was the fatality that was thrown out of the vehicle. I want to personally give my sympathy to his sister, who is his legal guardian, Ms. Shante Forbes, and of course her husband, Mr. Euro Forbes. Franklin was not just a passenger, but he was also a constituent. And I take fond to his mother or his sister, who was like his mother, because his mother passed when he was a baby. And he was also not just a constituent, but he was also a student of the Pine Ridge Constituency Initiative, the Pine Ridge Educational Center. He was a young man, very young, just trying to, very mannerly, trying to get his diploma. Matter of fact, he would have been one of those graduating within this year. I convey my sympathy to the principal and faculty and students of that school. And I want to say this to those of you in the Pine Ridge constituency and to those listening throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Every time we get in a vehicle, we often make sure the persons in the front seat, the driver and the passenger, buckle up. But this incident has made me to even want to warn you, citizenry of the Bahamas, even when you're driving or riding as a backseat passenger, please buckle up. Safety, please. The Prime Minister saying to me that the seat next to the driver is considered a suicide seat. But please, everybody, buckle up. Please, buckle up. And I say that because oftentimes when we get in the vehicle, we in the front seat always buckle up and forget the folks in the back seat. Franklin was a backseat passenger. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Tall Pines.
I'm sure the Prime Minister meant that with all love. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me just remind the members of Tall Pines that we continue to assist our residents with regards to COVID-19 assistance, particularly as we are bombarded on a daily basis with constituents needing simple assistance such as food. Mr. Speaker, I would have reported that we would have worked with United Faith International Ministries there on Fire Trail Road, where about a month ago, we assisted them in feeding about 800 people in the area, providing funds for them to do that. I want to say to our people in Tall Pines that we intend to assist this ministry with Pastor Ferguson. His church is having Operation Thanksgiving 2020, whereby they intend to feed several hundred persons again. We have made a donation to that church. It's intended to be on the 26th of November between 11 and 5 p.m. Speaker, what we've done in Tall Pines is try to give our assistance through our constituency funds to our churches to work with youth, etc. And this is an avenue by which we're assisting. And they're asking for anybody in Tall Pines or in any constituency in the Bahamas, you can call that church at 341-0502 or 341-0319 to give financial assistance as they are still looking for financial assistance or food assistance to feed our persons in the constituency. The Speaker, but we're also as a constituency organizing our own program to subsidize this ministry. As I mentioned earlier, on the 23rd of November, next week, Monday, we will be in Straughn Hill Park, a park that we just built up 2 years ago, a new park there. We'll be giving free breakfast to our constituents. On the 24th, the following day, we'll be in Victoria Gardens, again on the new park that we've just built a year and a half ago. We'll be again between 7 and 9 p.m. Giving free breakfast there. And on the 25th, in High Tree Estates, we'll be doing the very same thing between 7 and 9 p.m., providing breakfast assistance to our residents in those areas. The Speaker, I want to also say that there was a lot of talks about the electrical devices for schools. The Speaker, we have used our constituency funds, as other colleagues have done, to purchase some tablets, and we thank the Ministry of Education for their commitment, and they've given us some also, but their continued assistance to provide the tablets. And so, like other members of Parliament and constituencies, we are keeping the records for the ministry to assist to make sure that our efforts as a constituency aren't duplicating, and so that we could reach all of our students in Tall Pines. I often say, Mr. Speaker, we have no schools in Tall Pines constituency. but we assist the schools that are Garvin Times, and we assist Garvin Times. We've kind of adopted Garvin Times and Anatole Rogers, and so we can continue to help our students there. And I want to let constituents know you could call our office 824-6501. Our office is open again, full time now. So if you need assistance, we can assist you. If we don't have the devices ourselves, we'll make sure that the ministry provides you with those. The Speaker, we've been getting a lot of calls, finally, from persons in Victoria Gardens and Rocky Pine Road area with regards to the cleaning of their verges, because parks and beaches don't cover those areas. I want to let them know that yesterday and today, we've had tractors and persons in those areas cleaning on the verges, and we intend to continue to do that for the next few days. And hopefully that issue would be resolved. So again, Mr. Speaker, our number is 824-6501. If you need any assistance with COVID food and our COVID food response, or with respect to the tablets for your children in school. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I want to give my condolences. I forgot, and I'd be remiss if I don't. To my family, and my uncle Leonard Miller died, and he is a constituent, I think, of the member for Angliston. And he and I, we don't meet eye to eye politically. I know you might like to hear that, but I want to give my condolences to my uncle Leonard, Lefty as he's known, and to say that to his family and the family of that general area, that Tower Pines, we love you, and we share and we pray for my family and that Angliston, or I'm not sure if that's in Barnabas constituency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I would just like to thank the Zonta Club for adopting Nassau Village to launch their 16 days of activism in their quest to eradicate violence against women and children. We had a wonderful event yesterday, tying of the orange bows throughout the constituency. The ceremony was held at the entrance to Nassau Village at the junction of Taylor Street and Soldier Road. And I said, as I observed the activities, I said, God is good. We had the wife of the Prime Minister present. We had the wife of the Speaker present, and the wife of the Leader of the Opposition present that participated in that event. And that proves to the Bahamian people that with certain matters transcend political boundaries. And we need to come together, particularly on behalf of our women and our children, to stop this physical harm, mental abuse, and sexual abuse of our women and children. And we have several events planned that Zonta is in collaboration with the Nassau Village Community Center. We're going to have another event on the 28th, which is Saturday, that's Thanksgiving weekend, where we expect to be feeding persons in the constituency, as well as handing out a number of gifts, clothing, etc. And so we invite all the corporate citizens in the community to step forward and assist in that program. And we look forward to an exciting climax of the 16 days of activism, where the Speaker will be hosting Zonta, the ladies of Zonta, here in a mock parliamentary debate. I spoke with the United Nations Women Multicultural Office out of Ottawa, Canada, last night after posting some of the activities on Facebook, and they saw it, as well as the information was passed on to Sisters for Change out of the United Kingdom. And so on the 11th of December, we are looking forward to an exciting time. The member for Angliston, you are invited to participate in that event on the 11th of December, and we invite all of the ladies in Parliament, the member for Portsville, the member for Seabreeze, and the other females in Parliament will be extended an invitation to participate with CEDAW, Zonta, and the other women organization, the Women Crisis Center. We expect them all, as many as we can fit in here with the physical distancing, on the 11th of December. We invite you to participate. And finally, I just want to thank the member for Mount Moriah for displaying his technology with respect to the photos and thereby endorsing the big flat screen that we were calling for so that we can be able to make our presentations with the chart displays and so on that we normally produce to assist our debate. We can actually have them on the big screen and they can link directly with the parliamentary channel and facilitate our presentations. Thank you, members. Appointments of select committees. Instructions to select committees. Discharge of select committees. Notices for future meetings. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Pine Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Rule 64 and 2, I beg to leave of the House to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move for the introduction and first reading of the following bill. A bill for an act to repeal the Ocean Industry Incorporated Aragonite Mining Encouragement Act, 1971. Mr. Speaker, much obliged.
Thank you, honorable member. Honorable member, could you give an undertaking then to supply the clerk with the information so that it could be circulated prior to that date? Thank you. Notices for future meetings. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Kalani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to give notice that at the next meeting, I intend to move the following resolution. Whereas pursuant to Article 29(1) of the Constitution, the Governor General may make a proclamation of emergency declaring the state of public emergency for purposes of that article exist in the Bahamas. And whereas the World Health Organization declared a global pandemic of COVID-19, which seriously threatened the public health of the Bahamas, and whereas on the 17th of March 2020, a proclamation of emergency was made by the Governor General pursuant to Article 29(1) of the Constitution, declaring that the state of emergency exists in the Bahamas, which expired on 29th of June 2020. And whereas the COVID-19 pandemic resulted in the proliferation of cases around the world and in the Bahamas, which mandated the continuance of a state of public emergency. And whereas pursuant to Article 29(1) of the Constitution, the Governor General made another proclamation of emergency, hereinafter the second proclamation dated on 29th day of June 2020, declaring that a state of public emergency exists in the Bahamas. And whereas pursuant to Article 29(4) of the Constitution, a proclamation ceases to be enforced at the expiration of a period of 14 days beginning on the date on which it was made or on the expiration of such longer period as may be approved under Article 29(5) of the Constitution. And whereas Article 29(5) of the Constitution provides for the continuance in force of a proclamation if at any time while the proclamation is in force, a resolution is passed by each House of Parliament approving its continuance in force for a further period not exceeding 6 months, beginning on the date on which it was. What's that? I have to read the whole thing. I would love to take shortcuts if I'm allowed.
The rules of the House.
You wrote the rules, but I would like to read the first and the last paragraph.
We could take the motion.
If the speaker would allow, I would most certainly. The House would agree that I can read just the first and last? Okay. Okay.
Wow. The House can move it.
Gadal, I love you today. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this House approve the continuation of second proclamation made on the 29th day of June 2020 until the 28th day of December 2020. B, affirms the continuance in effect of emergency powers COVID-19 pandemic regulations 2020, made on the 29th day of June 2020 until the 28th day of December 2020. C, affirms the continuance in effect of emergency powers COVID-19 pandemic special provisions order 2020, made on the 30th day of June 2020 until the 28th day of December 2020. D, affirms the continuance in effect of emergency powers COVID-19 pandemic extension of Section 17.1 of Local Government Act, Chapter 37, Order 2020, made on the 31st day of August 2020 until the 28th day of December 2020, and affirms the continuance in effect of emergency powers COVID-19 pandemic number 12, Order 2020, made on the 12th day of November 2020 until the 28th day of December 2020. Thank you so much, Cat Island. I ain't going to the island no more next week. Change the wine.
Order that the notice be brought up. Order that the notice to lie on. Thank you, Honorable Member. The chair recognizes Honorable Member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, I renew all matters in the name of the government. And Mr. Speaker, I do now move that the business of this House do adjourn until 10 a.m. Wednesday, the 25th of November, 2020.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the House adjourns to 10 a.m. Wednesday, the 25th of November, 2020. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Final adjournment.
Mr. Speaker, I do now move that the House adjourns until 10 a.m. Wednesday, the 25th of November, 2020.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the House do adjourn to 10 a.m. Wednesday, the 25th of November, 2020. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. The House stands adjourned to 10 a.m. Wednesday, the 25th of November.